suggested in Senate Bill 2930, Charles make various changes to the process for access to government records appropriates $8 million. For those who have joined us late today, thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience and cooperation. I'm going to just ask everybody to be respectful of one another through this process. Let's try, during your testimony, let's try to have a re-testimony provide us with some insight on potential amendments that can make the bill better. So we're going to ask everybody to, be part of the process and not just sit here and accuse people of doing things that they shouldn't be doing. And I want to try to have this as a very positive, collaborative effort as we go through this afternoon. This bill is a collaborative effort among members of the Assembly, the Senate, as well as representing the Governor's Office and Governor's Council, who had input on this based on their experiences and concerns brought to them by the various constituencies. In drafting this bill, we serve as a clearinghouse for everyone's ideas and opinions, which span to the farthest opposite directions on both sides of this issue. The language that is in the bill that's being introduced and debated today has been discussed by many months with a lot of different folks collaborating on it to try to strike a balance. During the process, we always try to bring everyone back to the center in the spirit of compromise and an effort to protect taxpayer resources from being siphoned by those who abuse the OPRA process while preserving the right of the press and the public to have full access to government records. Meetings were held with different stakeholder groups over the past year, ranging from the League of Municipalities, the Association of Counties, to the New Jersey Press Association and the New Jersey ACLU. We always knew when you have something like this that's been around for a long time, there would be criticism. We understand that. I think we've served as a clearinghouse. I think we have a lot of thoughts and comments. Hopefully we walk away today from gathering additional input and comments. The Assembly passed the bill earlier this morning in a committee. It's going to the Appropriations Committee on Thursday. It's our goal after today to, again, continue to collaborate, further amendments, and work with our partners in the Assembly and the Governor's Office to provide further amendments this coming Thursday. That would be that is the ultimate goal here. I just want to clear the air on one piece on this commercial purpose definition. The commercial purpose definition, the only real change is it lets the custodian is your borough clerk, to take up to 14 days instead of 7 days to issue the requested information. It does not, make it clear, does not prevent commercial purposes. Okay? And the reason for the 7 to 14 days from the League of Municipalities, the clerks, and others, it meant to prioritize requests from residents and the press over commercial entities, because clerks were kind of trying to make the decision. What do we make a priority? So all we've done here is went from 7 to 14 days for purposes of a commercial purpose. And I know I've had some conversations with some of our friends on the collective bargaining side. As you all know, I've been a long time staunch supporter of collective bargaining units. This bill is not meant to include labor unions representing employees or insurers representing customers or attorneys representing clients. We believe that the language here today, that the current language does not impact labor unions or attorneys or insurance. However, if we need to provide some additional language to ensure it does not impact them, we will make sure we do a follow-up on that. So I know I spoke with some members of the CWA, some other collective bargaining units. This was never meant to include the ability for collective bargaining units for getting the information they need to make important decisions on behalf of their members. So, a good way to start, members? We good? Okay. We have a few folks who oppose, don't need to testify. Let's do that first. Yes, we have some amendments that address some issues. Let's get those amendments on the record now.
The amendments to Senate Bill 2930 would require records custodians to assist requesters who are unable to find the record on the public website after the custodian has provided the initially required directions. The requester has 7 days after the custodian provides the initial directions to request further assistance. After the request is received by the custodian has 7 days to provide the requested assistance. The amendments would also require notification to the Superior Court or Government Records Council of the timely production of records in order for the matter to be dismissed without prejudice and to entitle a requester to a reasonable attorney's fee. And finally, the amendments would ensure partisan balance amongst the public members appointed to the Government Records Council. Those are the amendments.
Those are the amendments that are being considered today, and each member has. I also, just two other comments. I want to thank Senator Bucco and his staff. Senator Bucco has been working very closely with Senate President Scutari all morning into the early afternoon as we've been sitting here working back and forth on some potential amendments, some things that are very passionate to Senator Bucco. So we're about protecting the microphone. I apologize. Relax. Lower the temperature, everybody. So I want to thank Senator Bucco and Senator Scutari. They're working together on some potential amendments that will help strengthen this and protect individuals, some folks who are trying to get very intimate photos of individuals. I'll leave it at that. So we're continuing to have that dialogue. We're just not ready to have that here before us today. Three things I think we should keep in mind as we go through this. Clearly, when OPRA was originally introduced, we have come a long way in technology as a society. I look at this as a modernization of OPRA. We want to stop people from profiteering off OPRA on the backs of the taxpayers. Okay? There's a lot of that going on. We all know that. And the third piece is we want to make sure we protect our citizens and our children. Some folks, quite frankly, for a lack of better words, have some really creepy requests from municipalities and cities around the state of New Jersey, quite frankly. That should be our goal as we go through this process. If we keep those three things in mind, I think we all can get to a good place. Robert Moss, the Party of New Jersey, UAW, NJ Web, health professional allied employees. Now again, you're going to hear a lot of unions who are opposed here, but ultimately I think once they fully understand that they're not impacted by this, this would change. But in all fairness, I'm going to read off. League of American Families, Asian American and Pacific Islanders, New Jersey, Local 1036, Planned Parenthood, CWA 1032, Rutgers AAUP, League of Women Voters, New Jersey Society of TPAs, AAPI, New Jersey Institute for Social Justice, Morristown Green News, New Jersey Black Empowerment National Council of Jewish Women, Ms. Carol Stachel, Eric Cruz Morales, Noel Tudingian, Eva Mancini, Action of New Jersey, LPW Monmouth County, League of Women Voters of Teaneck, League of Women Voters of Princeton, Clean Water, New Jersey League of Conservation Voters, Local 194, Hudson County, Central Labor Council, Nitty Gritty, New Jersey Working Families, New Jersey Resistance, Council of Highland Park, Council President Highland Park, Academies, League of Women Voters of Lawrence Township, New Jersey Broadcasting Association, Environment New Jersey, NJSFAC, Sierra Club, New Jersey Appleseed, Protect That, For the Many, and CIA. Okay? Please come forward. Lori Bucklow, representing the League of Municipalities. John Burns, New Jersey School Board. And John Bellagio.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Bucklew. I'm the Deputy Executive Director and Director of Government Affairs for the League of Municipalities. On behalf of the officers and the Executive Board of the New Jersey State League of Municipalities, I'm here to express strong support of S 2930, which makes various reforms to the Open Public Records Act. The League and our members believe in open and transparent government, and that the citizens and residents must be informed about the workings of government and to participate in this democracy. We have seen a lot of misconceptions and misinformation about this legislation since its introduction. The bill does not hinder a resident or a news reporter from using OPRA to access public records. Under this bill, if a resident submits an OPRA request for emails between the construction official and code enforcement officer regarding a property violation, the resident will receive such emails. Under this bill, if a news reporter submits an OPRA request for a copy of a professional service contract, and the reporter will receive a copy of the contract. If there is a denial, the requester still has the option of going to the Government Records Council or Superior Court to have that denial adjudicated. What changes under the bill is protections to citizens' personal information that currently does not exist, but were recommended by the Privacy Study Commission in 2004. When OPRA was enacted, the sponsors and then governor recognized the importance of a resident's privacy. It was the legislative intent, as made clear in the law declarations, that, quote, a public agency has a responsibility and an obligation to safeguard from public access a citizen's personal information with which it has been entrusted when the disclosure thereof would violate the citizen's reasonable expectation of privacy. While privacy was always meant to be protected, the law did not truly address this concern. So the legislators impaneled a Privacy Study Commission that included representatives from the Press Association, ACLU, a couple of unions, a retired Superior Court judge, a former journalist, a victim witness advocate, and the League. The Privacy Study Commission was tasked with studying the privacy issues raised by the collection, processing, and use and dissemination of information by public agencies under OPRA. The bill before the committee today implements many of the recommendations of the 2004 Privacy Study Commission report. The report included the recommendations that email addresses be accorded the same protection as unlisted phone numbers, i.e. they should remain confidential. The commission also suggested that home addresses and home telephone numbers, including cell phone numbers, should not be disclosed. They further suggested that in the future, computer systems and applications should be programmed to collect but not disclose home addresses and telephone numbers. The report also noted that along with transparency of government comes the responsibility to safeguard citizens' reasonable expectation of privacy. OPRA was enacted at a time when dial-up internet was cutting edge, Google was in its infancy, and identity theft was your sibling borrowing your driver's license to get into the college bar. Fast forward 20 years, not a week goes by that you do not hear of a data breach and calls for protections of personal identifying information. Under these bills, those protections are given. Why should a resident lose the right of privacy and be inundated with dog fence or pet food solicitation because they're required to get a dog license? And it's important to note that if, Senator Sarlo mentioned the creepy OPRA requests. The town cannot deny those creepy OPRA requests just because they're creepy. There has to be a basis for that denial. And this bill provides some of those bases. The bill addresses burdensome commercial requests that continue to increase year over year. Since the enactment of OPRA, commercial enterprises have abused the legislation as a mechanism for commercial purposes. Their actions cost the businesses themselves little to nothing, but the public entity expends resources and response efforts, thereby transferring OPRA into a commercial tool that was never intended to. Again, under the bill, the residents and press are still able to access government records. What would be limited is data mining from commercial interests and residents receiving unsolicited solicitation. The bill also addresses the mandatory prevailing attorney fees provisions that cost taxpayers. Currently, a requester who prevails in any proceeding shall be entitled to attorney fees. This includes a denial of records that was a clerical error and not done with malice. We still have to pay the prevailing attorney fees. And this has enabled the cottage industry under OPRA that adds costs to local governments, which are ultimately borne by the taxpayers. The prevailing attorney fees are only awarded to the requester, not the public agency, so the requester has little to lose in bringing forth the case. The bill still permits the awarding of prevailing attorney fees, however, the courts and the Government Records Council allow the flexibility to award reasonable court fees based on the given circumstances of the particular case. Unfortunately, over the course of time, some requesters have weaponized OPRA. A resident unhappy with zoning board decision files multiple multi-layer OPRA requests on a weekly basis, or a requester files more than 350 requests over a 2-month period that grinds the municipal clerk's office to a halt. Instead of meeting the needs of the community, the municipal clerk is spending hours filling records requests. The bill provides a path with a high threshold for records custodian and public agencies to petition the courts for recourse against harassment. The bill takes the first step to address how police records should and are considered under OPRA, as the use of technology has increased in police work. Requests for police records have increased tremendously, and it should be noted that we are told for 1 hour body camera footage, it takes 3 hours for the police to review for redaction and protection of the victims in the cases. The bill also reaffirms the original intent of OPRA to provide copies of records within a municipality's possession, not create records or do research for a records request. Since the adoption of OPRA in 2002 and with the advent of new technologies, we have witnessed unintended consequences and in some cases abuses of OPRA that place an unfair burden on local governments and taxpayers. This legislation addresses many of the issues municipalities have been experiencing since the inception of OPRA, implements recommendations of the Privacy Study Commission, and provides our residents with protections from losing their privacy in the course of conducting public business. We thank Senator Sarlo and urge the legislature to pass the legislation which preserves government transparency and public access to government records while making common sense reforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Jonathan Avio with the New Jersey Association of Counties. And I just want to take a second to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking the time over the past several years to meet with county and municipal officials, from across the state to get our input on the things that we've been struggling with in navigating over, making sure that we comply with the law. And I think this bill does that. And I think in addressing and reining in commercial requests. I mean, I can share with you that our county clerks of the board process between 250 to 3,000 open public records requests each year. Some of those requests, depending on how complex they may be, could take anywhere from 10 hours, and various departments do to work on them to make sure that they comply in accordance with the law. And the biggest concern that I get from our county councils and our clerks of the board, as custodians of records, is again to rein in these commercial purposes. And I think that this bill certainly does it. I think a big way that this bill does it is allowing for the records to be accessible online. There's some ambiguity right now. I think there was a recent GRC decision that says that if a record is made available online, if you're very specific about where it is, but we believe that that's going to be challenged in the Superior Court. So this legislation provides clear guidance that if a local government, a county, a municipality, a school district puts a record online and establishes the database, then that would essentially, with the amendments, of course, would comply with the law. I think that that's a game changer, I think, for counties in particular. They'll migrate their documents, contracts, resolutions, budgets online and make it easier for both citizens and local governments. We also believe that the changing the burden or the awarding of attorney fees is huge. From our county councils, there are attorneys that charge up to $500 an hour just to litigate these things and look for minor mistakes. On the way down here, I was speaking with one of our county councils who said, yeah, I'll give you an example. Here's an example of on the way down here, I was speaking with the county council who said that they denied an OPRA, the county denied an OPRA request. They knew they were right. It was challenged. They were ready to file a complaint in the Superior Court, and their outside counsel said, well, it's going to cost you $10,000, I'm using the number, to litigate, or $3,000 to settle. And despite the county, again, they denied it based on the merits, they decided to settle the case moving forward because of the, again, outrageous, I think, attorney fees. So there has to be some type of cap on attorney fees, whether it's in how the legislation is drafted now, or if we cap it at the rate at which a county or a municipality pays their general counsel, I think. I mean, those rates are significantly lower, so there has to be some type of way to rein in those significant expenses. I've heard anecdotally from county councils, as Lori noted, that there's a cottage industry of attorneys that use outside fees to send simultaneous requests to all 21 counties, 500 plus municipalities, just to look for some type of mistake, and then file litigation accordingly. So I think that this bill would rein that piece of it in. We're also, appreciate the fact that there's money in the bill to strengthen the GRC, to encourage counties and municipalities to digitize their open public records. And again, I think we're focusing on a lot of the good that is in this bill that will streamline and modernize the open public records process. So for those reasons, we support the bill. And thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for being with us over the past couple of years, and your staff.
Mr. Burns, and please take your question.
Thank you. John Burns with New Jersey School Boards Association. From the school district perspective, this bill represents a monumental leap forward. There has not been a significant revision of OPRA since its inception. And what this bill would do for school districts is, one, it makes abundantly clear that the information of taxpayers that school districts have is indeed private. And this encourages greater trust between taxpayers and the school district when it comes to their information. Second, this bill also reforms the GRC. The GRC was, at its inception, an agency that had to fulfill a great mandate with very limited staff. This would acknowledge the great mission of the GRC and give them the opportunity to have the robust staff that they need to fulfill the requests. And what this will do then is, this will then give a greater sense of regularity to requests, and will give a greater sense of routine business to the relationship between school districts and requesters. And so for those reasons, we support the bill. Thank you.
Any questions for this panel? John, I have just, you said how many requests for the county?
anywhere, depending on the size of the county, anywhere between 250 to 3,000 OPRA requests each year, with at least 50% of them coming as commercial requests.
250,000.
No, 250, just 250. I think it was Salem County had 250 requests.
3,000.
Yeah, all the way up to 3,000 in Bergen County. So yeah,
Like
250,000, yeah.
3,000 per county, which takes up a whole section of the county council.
Right.
And how many of them are data mining? 50%?
I'd say 50% are, more than 50% are for business or commercial purposes. I can't say the data mining piece of it, but at least 50%. And we asked our counties to respond to the survey, they were for some type of commercial purpose. It was more than 50%.
And Lori, for you, for representing League of Municipalities, if some of these data mining, give me the list of every child who plays a recreation sport, his home address, his email. They want to solicit him for training or perhaps something a little bit more concerning and troubling to me. Then they'll sell in those lists. If we were to get rid of some of that data mining, wouldn't the clerks have a lot more free time available to respond to residents' concerns about how much is the council making, what kind of contracts they're giving out, the budget? Real important things about transparency.
Yes, Senator, and I would also note when you look, it's challenging for us to come up with how many OPRA requests municipalities get given the sizes of municipalities. But the one thing I would also caution, that's a tough benchmark to look at because you can have one OPRA request that's looking for one item, or you can have one OPRA request looking for 45 different items, so they're not all equal either.
And under the current statute, if the town would refer to them to their website, they could say, I want it from the website, I want it from you, knowing you have to provide it, and knowing if they go to court, that attorney's going to make a nice payday on the taxpayer's back. Is that accurate? That's what I've been getting from clerks.
Correct, Senator. And there, like John said, there is the GRC decision, but there is the possibility that it'll be overturned. So you should side on the caution of not wanting to have to go into court.
The goal here is to allow the residents, taxpayers, and the press to have first access. That is our goal here. That's what we believe should have full access and unfettered access, whether it's through a request or online, and to stop the profit making off of the backs of the taxpayers.
Thank you, Chairman. Quick question. I heard you say, at least it was town, 50% or it was 50% of town.
Yeah, for the counties.
County.
Counties, yes, correct.
Okay. Same question. So, how do you define commercial requests? And is that a guess, or is that a guess, or is that you actually have metrics on this?
No, it's not a guess. It's a good, very good question. Thank you. I mean, it was a simple request made to our county clerks, and it was how many OPRA requests do you get? And I can share you I won't make you OPRA it. I'll make sure I'll send it to your office afterwards.
Can you get it in a couple of days?
Yeah, I can get it to you I can get it to you within 14 days. So we made.
So today, 14.
Right. Sorry. So we asked our clerks of the board, how many OPRA requests do you get in a given year? Of those requests, how many of those requests were for commercial purposes? It was as simple as that. And then we got the numbers in from the counties, and they ranged anywhere from the numbers that I said before, from 250 to 300, and counties reporting that more than 50%. So it's not hard data, it was real data, and that we asked them generally. Because if we make the surveys more, to Lori's point, if we make it more complicated, I don't know if we ever would have been able to get to how many requests you get, in a given year, and what were those requests for. So it's a simple survey, as I summarized.
So it was up to the discretion of each municipality, right? There's no definition. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is there a definition of how do you know that it's for commercial purposes?
Yeah, that's to you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think that's a great question, but I think that and again, I guess I'm saying this anecdotally, I mean, if a resident comes in, makes a request, if the press comes in, and that's a request, it's one thing. If the collective bargaining unit comes in and makes a request, that's not a request for a business purpose. But if you have, a company looking for, dog licenses, you have a company coming in looking for a mortgage and deed, that's different. So we didn't define that in the survey request, but that's what we've talked about in the several meetings that we have each year with our clerks of the board and county councils.
Okay. Panel, I'm going to ask you, if you can stick around for a while, we may bring you back up for some technical questions later. Thank you. Bill Cruz, New Jersey Conference of Mayors, in favor, noted to testify. NJBIA, in favor, noted to testify. Hospital Alliance of New Jersey, in favor, noted to testify. New Jersey School Business Officials, in favor, noted to testify. New Jersey Building and Construction Trades Council, in favor, noted to testify. Hawk Strategies, in favor, noted to testify. First panel up will be McKay Rasmus, Rebovich Institute for New Jersey Politics. Christine Estevez, CWA. Christian. We spoke earlier, Christian. Thank you for the sidebar earlier. And can I have Charlie Chronicle Food Water Watch? Folks, I'm not going in any particular order here. We're trying to organize the slip. So, also I'd like to bring up LexisNexis Group. The LexisNexis Group. Representing Lexis, Christopher Hayes representing, and Jeff Sheeper representing LexisNexis. Okay. There you go first, Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Senator, and thank you, members of the committee. You asked for constructive criticism as you look toward the amendments that you want to make to this bill. I would simply and respectfully suggest the standard that the bill and the provisions of the bill ought to be about putting tools into the hands of a municipality to help them fulfill the workload, to help them meet the workload, not to restrict the public's access to the public's records.
Folks, we had a little, we're going to be respectful of one another. First panel came up, they asked questions, we asked questions of one another. Please, let's be respectful. This is to work together and collaborate. Not to shout over each other and to applaud. Okay? Thank you.
So that's really just what I would ask you to keep in mind. Something as innocuous as asking for a request to be on a form, that is restrictive of the public's ability to see those documents, right? I mean, when I need a record from my clerk in my town, I send her an email, and she is great about getting it back to me. So if we add another step to the process and say, now a form is required, something that sounds like it's just helping, it's not helping, it's adding workload. Something that is going to multiply the number of requests, because now you've got to jump through the hoops to meet these additional standards, so that now you have 10 requests instead of 1. That adds to the workload. It doesn't actually help to reduce the workload. So I think there are unintended consequences here. You say that, you ask about the number of requests that we have in the state as if that's a bad thing. I think that that's indicative of the number of citizens in the state who are interested in their government. And I respectfully say that that's a good thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Earlier I was here supporting the bill. Now I'm here opposing the bill in its current form. Our sidebar aside, and thank you for your willingness to entertain amendments to the bill. But CWA want to express how strongly we're opposed to the process in which this legislation has been fast-tracked this week, as well as its intended end result, which will make it harder for both the public and the media to access important information and government records. First introduced last Monday, nothing about this bill was made public until the following day, with both Assembly and Senate legislative hearings being scheduled for today at the same time. These reforms were crafted behind closed doors with no real input from the public or interested or impacted parties. and this lack of transparency with the legislative process is only surpassed by the lack of information which will come from the revamping OPRA via increased limitation on public access to government records and documents and crucial materials. The abrupt way that this legislation was introduced and the breakneck speed that is moving through the legislature has made a full review of the bill and meaningful discussion on the bills with the bill sponsors impossible. The amendments included in the bill are extensive and require a thorough review and debate by members of the public and stakeholders that seek disclosure of government records to promote the public interest in democracy and open government. The timing of the committee hearings on this proposed legislation and the anticipated vote by the legislature do not allow for sufficient review, comment, input, debate to ensure that these bills, that the bill does not substantially undermine the important public interest served by OPRA. In our members, our CWA members in their day-to-day jobs are directly affected by the potential changes, since they are the ones that are often processing OPRA requests as local government clerks and state and county offices. However, the bill sponsors did not consult with us or seek our input on how the process could be improved. Instead, they introduced a bill that is overly broad and erects unnecessary obstacles to access to public records. We believe that given enough time, we should be able to work out our differences on this bill. However, 1 week is not enough. We think that the best course of action at this point is for the members of this committee to hold this bill in order to give all the stakeholders enough time to meet with the bill sponsors, to work out our differences, and to come up with a bill that improves the Open Public Records Act without diminishing access to New Jersey citizens who have the right to know what their government is doing. This bill should not advance without a thorough review and debate by members of the public and stakeholders that seek the disclosure of government records to promote the public interest in democracy and open government. We ask that you either pull this bill for consideration today or that members of the committee vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Hello, Senators. Charlie Cradaville. I'm the Central Jersey organizer for Food and Water Watch, and I'm speaking today on behalf of our 70,000 members around the state. At Food and Water Watch, we fight for a livable future by supporting clean water, clean energy, and a healthy, affordable food system. And the bill before you today would make it much harder for us to do this important work. And I think it's important to note it's not just activists or reporters who depend on the OPRA. It's parents who care about their kids' education. It's homeowners who want to protect, maintain, and improve their properties. It's people who have had an interaction with the police, including victims who want to protect their rights and defend themselves. And I just have to correct the record. You stated earlier that labor unions would not be affected by this. The truth is that every user of the OPRA would be affected. Every individual, every organization, every reporter, every activist, they would all face limitations that do not exist today. This proposal would overturn a lot of case law, a lot of court cases that were reasoned decisions made by jurists after reviewing evidence and these factors. What we have here is a rushed process to overturn lots and lots of case law that will ultimately harm the public's right to these records and limit transparency for years to come. There's too many things in the bill for me to really go through them all and tell you how they're problematic. But just a few examples. One is this would allow for games to be played as to which agency is the possessor of the record. So even if it's a record that the city sends to the county could say, well, that's a city record, and deny it, and force you to take more time and go through more obstacles to get it. I also noticed that civil penalties for unreasonable denials are now going to be the taxpayer's responsibility under this. So if a clerk does something unreasonable and are found to have done something unreasonable, the penalty would be paid by the taxpayers, not the clerk. I think that's problematic. I'm not sure if it's still in the version here, but I know there was a provision that would allow governments to sue their own citizens for filing what's deemed as too many requests or too voluminous of requests, and I, for one, am very concerned about that.
Charlie, I'm gonna have to stop you there. That's nowhere even near the bill, so you've taken off about 5 or 6 things and not even in the bill, so if you're gonna have some legitimate information for us, please, but you're taking off things that
Just to be clear, I'm doing the best I can here. The information came out very recently. I printed out a copy of A45 this morning, and I reviewed that. I'm only now seeing the latest version here of S2930. And I should note that I've reached out to you twice via email requesting a meeting about this and haven't gotten any response. So it's great that you met with the league and others, but you know, this process here did not include people who actually file OPRA requests. We're not at the table, we were not at the table, and this is being rushed through. So I think that the only appropriate course of action is to put the brakes on, to vote no, and to gather input before you take any action. I don't want to hear like I heard upstairs this morning, I'm against the bill in its current form, but I'm going to vote yes to release it. Please don't do that. That doesn't make sense, and the public deserves better. Thanks.
Just one question, one comment. We made a commitment to you that we are looking, collective bargaining units are not intended to be in this. We're going to make it explicitly clear that collective bargaining units ability to get information from their employers.
Can I get email logs, though?
I'm sorry.
Folks, first panel, thank you.
Chairman, Chris Hughes with the Zeta Group, with Jeff Schaefer, Manager of Operations for LexisNexis. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today in opposition to S2930. We previously submitted a letter to your offices last week outlining our opposition, as well as before today's meeting. I will not obviously be reading from that letter, but at a high level, we oppose the restriction on data brokers. In many cases, the information acquired by LexisNexis and others is provided to the public in an easy-to-review format, as well as to government agencies for vital services. For example, information LexisNexis puts together and provides to state agencies allow them to identify individuals eligible for various benefits, as well as potentially fraudulent recipients of those benefits. In addition to identifying individuals with outstanding debts, such as child support payments. These are just a few ways of the services that are provided to New Jersey by LexisNexis, which could be impacted by this bill. I'm going to hand it over to Jeff now and provide some additional substance though on some of the actual other items that LexisNexis provides.
Thank you for having us today. Like you said, my name is Jeff Schaefer. I'm with LexisNexis Risk Solutions. We're a leading provider of credential verification and identification services for government agencies, Fortune 1000 businesses, and the property and casualty industry. The first issue that I want to kind of expand on is the broad scope of OPRA records that are going to be impacted under this bill. These include criminal data, corporations and business registration filings, UCC filings, professional licenses, civil court filings, vehicle registration data, accident reports, and citation data. And I bring all this up because organizations like ours, we aggregate this data in order to facilitate accurate and convenient access presented in ways that support business and business processes. Excuse me. We also serve as a filter between the thousands of requesters and the clerks themselves. Second, the broad scope of records covered under OPRA expands the breadth of custodians and requests way beyond the scope of local borough clerks who are potentially struggling to respond to paper-based requests. Under this bill, the Department of Consumer Affairs could decide that the current contracts that our organization or others have would be posing a risk of harassment, unwanted solicitation, or even lead to the disclosure of a person's personal information. While we realize reduction of access is not the likely intent here, the fact is that the scope of this legislation and the directive allow the custodians to reduce access at the cost of significant disruption. Commercial requesters often serve as filters for requests by other parties and reduce the burden on government clerks by filling many requests for records that would otherwise consume public resources. We partner we work in coordination with records custodians across the state to access data in the most efficient manner possible. Examples of this would be if you're going to purchase a house. You have a title company, they conduct their due diligence on the property to protect their interests, protect the interests of the buyer. They go through data aggregators to access these records. So otherwise they would be going and requesting multiple times a day to many different clerks. Another example of some of the work that Public Records Access is helping with is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Obviously, their mission is to help recover these missing kids. In 2022, 110,000 instances of missing children were reported to them. We work pro bono with them to help give them access to the appropriate records and information that they would need to help with that recovery. They had 88% recovery percentage in 2022, by the way. So it's working to help them. Another example would be foster youth agencies. They can obtain tax records to find biological relatives of foster children, or a child support enforcement agency may use a marriage license or a criminal record to locate a non-custodial parent. We provide credit reports to child support agency enforcement attorneys to help obtain their credit histories and help build a part of their case. Public Records Access plays a key role in many of these everyday and very important life events. This bill, at this point, the way it's drafted, the prohibitions within this bill would probably, we view, would prevent New Jersey consumers, government agencies, and businesses from being able to access many of the everyday services in which public record information is an easily overlooked input. So I appreciate your time today. We look forward to hopefully working further with you all to provide, to come up with a better solution. Thank you.
All the data that you got, you turn around and sell for, correct?
We contract with government agencies and others to help facilitate the data, yes.
Thank you. Senator Zucker, please.
Can you go back? Thank you. So under the bill as written right now, you would be prohibited from doing some of the work you just talked about.
Correct.
If you go back to maybe quantifying a little bit more for us in plain language, just the selling of a home. You said it quickly, but if I heard what you said correctly, the bill as written would increase the burden on our local folks who are taking care of the request, because each one of these would now have to be an individual request from many parties, perhaps a seller and a buyer. Is that correct? Can you quantify that? I mean, sense?
Yes, sir. So I use that as an example as just one key component that you may not think of as as something that would come into play here. But essentially, the question, the example was the title agencies, title companies. They, when they're doing their due diligence, they will work through us. We have access to those records. They work through us to maintain or to access those records. Whereas if they were not able to do that, they would be inundating the county clerks with those records or with those access requests themselves. If that makes sense.
So in your opinion, the bill as written would increase the burden on local officials, not decrease it?
Correct. Many of the functions that we provide is to help ease the burden of county clerks, and we understand the goal in this bill. We have helped in other states address this as well. I mean, we are supporters of trying to ease the burden on county clerks, because if they're overburdened, then that's a mess for everyone, including ourselves. But we don't believe that this is the appropriate way of going about it, as it is far too broad and prohibitive. Thank you.
I just want to clarify, if you have a government contract to obtain information, you don't need to use open, you have a contract to do it, right?
Well, that actually brings into question where...
If I hire you as a government agency to go out and get data for us to help our government respond, you don't need OPRA for that. You don't need OPRA.
We do use OPRA requests to help verify individuals when verification is needed as well. So it's not as simple as no. It is it's a combination of both and.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Fulop here? He's not? Okay, Mayor Fulop is opposed. Sharon Crandall, Education Law Center, ELC. How Tiffany Fisher? Come on, Councilwoman, right? Hello, Councilwoman, how are you today? And, also going to bring up Colleen Bronco. Colleen, you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Colleen. And Walter Lures? Yes, come on, Walter. Fletcher Dunny here?
Yes, Senator.
Come on, sir. Thank you, Fletcher. We're going to go start with Councilwoman, go left to right. Does that work?
Sure, thanks. Hi, my name is Tiffany Fisher. I just started my third term as councilperson in Hoboken, New Jersey. Thank you for allowing all of us to speak today on what is a complicated and difficult issue. Just before I get into my comments, which I think will be a little different than some of the other people here, I just wanted to touch on some of what has already been mentioned, because I think embedded in this, the real intent of this is to make a process easier and protect some of the interests of people that we hadn't really thought about. You know, some people mention access to children's records, et cetera. Like those, you know, that I think scares a lot of us for, you know, all the reasons that we see on the internet these days. So I think there's laudable and supportable reasons to look for making those changes. But as one of the prior speakers mentioned, I feel like that this legislation strives to make some of those changes, but does so at the expense of the public by limiting their access to data. And I think another speaker mentioned that we really should focus on making it easier and better and for municipalities and state and government agencies to provide not only access to information, but the right access to information. And that's not what this does. Chairman Sarli mentioned that this is a modernization of OPRA. It doesn't feel like a modernization. It actually feels like we're going backwards in time significantly. Because I think there's a lot of types of changes that you can promote and support that really will move us more towards the environment that we live in, which is having that minute-by-minute access to every piece of information. All of us want that. We all have a smartphone in our hand more times during the day than we want. We all hit Google multiple times in a day looking for information, and rolling back OPRA in the way that's being proposed, notwithstanding the goals that it's trying to address, really takes us like in a totally different direction than the world that we all live in today. And lastly, I do feel very strongly about this in Hoboken. We're renowned for having task force that are set up with people that all support the leader of the task force position, as opposed to actually having a task force that has real debate. And it sounds like the agencies that were considered to help draft this legislation really didn't involve people that actually use OPRA to make their requests. And I would similarly support tabling this today and really considering bringing some of those people to the table. It's only going to take this bill and make it better. It's not something that legislative elected officials should be afraid of. They should invite that type of input, because the more I'm known for saying more voices are better, and the more voices you have at the table, the better outcome you're going to get. You're going to have a piece of legislation that achieves the goals you're looking for, but also addresses people with disparate views. So I actually touched on a little bit of what I wanted to read, but I'm going to read some of this at least. So as I mentioned, I started my third term on the Hoboken City Council. I'm sure, like myself, many of you feel the same. I find it a privilege to be an elected official. People we know, our friends and neighbors, and many we don't know, go to the polls on election day to cast a vote for us to represent them. trusting us to protect and promote their best interests. And to me, serving their interests is what public service and being in an elected role is all about. And that's why I'm struggling to understand why you're considering a piece of legislation that is actually contrary to the interests of the people we serve. In fact, this proposed legislation really feels more like it is serving special interests than it is, and doing so at the expense of the public, which is the exact opposite of public service. As I mentioned earlier, the world's changed. Information is available within seconds and at our fingertips on just about any issue you can think. Everything is basically one Google search away. People's expectations for information access has changed with 24/7 news, the internet, and social media, and yes, it changed more quickly than government has been able to keep up. But restricting access to information like this bill doesn't solve that problem. It actually only makes it worse. We heard from the speaker just before who mentioned that by not allowing certain types of requests, it potentially increases the burden on local, county, and state government. And it means going backwards in the time to an era of less transparency and information. The questions aren't going to go away. They're just going to be redirected. And it makes it easier for government officials to be less accountable for their actions. And that, to me, as someone who has fought, against corruption, for good government, for transparency, I want to be held more accountable for my actions. I don't want laws changed that make it easier for me to be less accountable. Like many of you, have been served with many OPRA requests, some of which are incredibly annoying, including one by Hoboken's business administrator. Yes, Hoboken's business administrator submitted an OPRA request to me last week instead of just picking up the phone and calling. Most of the requests, though, that come to me relate primarily to property legal cases, sometimes property interests, and sometimes politics. I've had emails I sent OPRA by a competitor and used against me in elections. And did I say I know it can be annoying? Yes. But regardless, we answer them because we're public servants, elected by the public and paid by taxpayers. For those with nothing to hide, OPRA is just an annoying tool that keeps us accountable for what we say and do in our elected roles. For those with something to hide, OPRA doesn't say our corrupt practices and backroom deals. To me, that is the crux here, and again, maybe different than some of the other speakers, but the basic litmus test to me for any law that you're considering, whether it's in the broader public's, is whether it's in the broader public's interest. If the answer is no, then it either needs to be tossed aside or reworked with that goal in mind. The proposed bill before you today is not in the public's best interest. It is for special interests, and it can only be seen as protecting those. But this bill can be reworked so that it is in the public's best interest. Many members of the public have ideas on how to do this. You've heard many today. But at its core, it is not providing $8 billion in funding to constrict OPRA. It is creating legislation that requires towns and government agencies to upgrade to 21st century technologies to make it easier for the public to access governmental records. You may have seen, but New York City has already done this for many of their departments. If the true goal is to relieve the burden of OPRA requests, then let's do that with technology. We're a state that's rooted in technology, so let's partner with private sector companies to solve this issue. I can vouch for the Hoboken City Clerk's Office, who's burdened with not 500 to 3,000 OPRA requests, as one of the counties mentioned, but thousands of OPRA requests every year. As you know, zoning and property type requests are often at the top of the list of types of information people are looking for. In Hoboken, not unlike Jersey City, I know Mayor Fulop would have said similarly, is a city with significant property development going on right now. And Hoboken has been working over the past several years to upgrade its technology, to move its records online, very specifically to address OPRA requests. But these steps have actually extended the benefit of operational efficiencies within our local government. We know that technology does this, so why not consider that path instead? If the true goal is not to relieve the burden of OPRA requests, but rather to make government officials less accountable to the public, then let's be honest about that. Governor Murphy hinted yesterday that he believes in transparency, but pragmatic transparency. I winced when I read that. That's what autocrats say, that's not what Democrats say. To me, it's very straightforward. Getting OPRA, giving more discretion to say. Yep, 1 sentence. That's what, I'm sorry. I was trying to speak fast. I literally 1 sentence.
You were trying to give us a good thing, but I think you're looking for applause.
To To me, it's fairly straightforward. Gutting OPRA, giving more discretion to say no to an OPRA request, and having a biased group decide what kind of documents can be shared just gives more protection to people with something to hide. And that doesn't pass the litmus test for what the public service is about, and I hope you agree with that. Thank you.
Good afternoon all, and thanks for the opportunity to comment on Senate Bill 2930. I'm Sharon Kringle. I am the Director of Policy, Strategic Partnerships and Communications at Education Law Center. And I just want to let you know that Education Law Center agrees with the New Jersey citizens, advocates, attorneys, associations, and public interest organizations that object to 2930 as a bill that will gut the Open Public Records Act and diminish that law's effectiveness in shining a light on government operations. With democracy under attack throughout the country, we feel that now is not the time to reduce transparency and access to government records. ELC uses OPRA on a fairly regular basis to inform our work on behalf of New Jersey students, and we cannot overstate its importance as an advocacy tool. We have rarely filed a lawsuit to obtain government records, but we strongly believe that a provision authorizing the mandatory payment of the reasonable attorney's fees of a prevailing plaintiff is a critical tool that incentivizes compliance with the law. A number of proposed amendments create other barriers to the effective use of OPRA, including the provision that correspondence and emails are not required to be produced if the request does not identify specific individuals or is not confined to a discrete and limited time period. And we have direct experience with this. The need to identify specific individuals becomes an impenetrable barrier when an agency removes virtually all of its employees' names from its website, as the Department of Education did under its former commissioner. To the extent OPRA is being abused by commercial or other entities, we would urge you to convene stakeholders to discuss the law's meaningful reform in a way that still preserves its intended purpose. So I thank you again. Happy to answer any questions. And I also, on a completely different topic, just want to thank Senator Ruiz for the shout out for the importance of school facilities funding earlier this morning.
Sharon, thank you for always appearing before our budget committee and testifying. Your remarks are always helpful to in everything we do here, especially in education. So, thank you.
Thank you.
If you testified, you could.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Ronco, and I am the founder of an organization called The Reformers. We're an animal advocacy group in New Jersey. Back in 2014, I had purchased a puppy from the Helmetta Regional Animal Shelter. Immediately upon purchasing the puppy, we realized that the puppy was very sick. Spent $4,000 in the course of 24 hours to keep the dog alive. As we went places with the dog, as I take my dogs places with me, there were more and more people that had come to me and said, hey, you know, what happened to your dog? Your dog, you know, no problem. I went through the story, I told people what occurred and what had happened. Time and time again I heard, oh, my neighbor got a dog from that shelter, it died. My neighbor got a dog from that shelter, it was sick. My daughter got a dog from that shelter, we had to put it to sleep. So I started OPRA requesting, myself and my husband. Within 3 months' time, the NJSPCA had come in, the Attorney General had come in, the State Board of Health had come in, and they had shut the facility down. All of that because of the OPRA request that we had come across. There was illegal drug activity going on inside the shelter. They were using Schedule III narcotics that they were not allowed to have. They were euthanizing dogs illegally. And what I mean by illegally was they were not using enough euthanol or Tilazol or aceprobazine, which is medications, to euthanize a dog properly, which means dogs were being put in the freezers alive and were being frozen to death inside of those freezers. That was all found out through OPRA requests. Every single solitary request. As I continued to look into the Helmetta situation, I then came across the NJSPCA situation. The NJSPCA is no longer here because of a 425-page document that I sent to the State Commission of Investigation. That document proved that the NJSPCA was stealing money from their own organization, that all of the people on their board had businesses that the NJSPCA used, and that again was all found out through OPRA. But not before a 2-year-long court battle because the NJSPCA insisted that they were not a government entity. They spent $140,000 of donor money to fight me for 5 documents. When I got those 5 documents, it opened up a world of problems for the NJSPCA. The last thing I'd like to say is I keep hearing this issue when it comes to dog licenses. Just so everybody understands a little bit of my background, I'm a certified animal control officer. I'm a wildlife rehab apprentice for the state of New Jersey. I'm certified in FEMA disaster for animals. I'm CPR certified and PET certified. I can do just about anything when it comes to an animal. Dog licenses are very important, and I'm going to tell you why. I understand that there are fencing companies and other organizations that go out there and try and get these to be able to go to you and say, hey, you have a dog, you don't have your fence isn't proper, let's get a new fence. I understand that. But in the particular case that I came across, I was at a town council meeting in another town, and a gentleman came up to me and said to me, I need to speak to you. I was bitten 2 weeks ago by a dog. When I called the police, the owner took off with the dog. He had to go and get rabies shots. Now, I don't know if anybody realizes it, but rabies shots post-bite are not covered through insurance. So he had to put $25,000 out of his own pocket to pay for those rabies shots. The reason why we found who the owner was that he had a description of the dog, and I OPRA requested the dog licenses for that particular town. Found the dog in that area that met the exact description of that dog that bit that gentleman, and that gentleman got his money back from the homeowner's insurance of that individual. Needless to say, the dog did not have an up-to-date rabies shot and was not licensed. So there are other ways to use OPRA, and I think squashing this to the point of where I've seen what's going to happen in that bill, I think this needs to be shelved. I think everybody needs to sit down and discuss the things that occur with OPRA and the other possibilities that we could use OPRA for, not just for the purposes of harassing as is being said. There are a lot of other reasons that we use OPRA, and I really think we need to think twice about this bill and not cut the transparency, because there are a lot of health issues out there, a lot of Board of Health issues, a lot of dog issues, a lot of other issues. I speak on the end of the animal issue. There are other people that speak on the other end. I want to thank everybody for allowing me to speak today.
For all the concerns you've raised, we believe, and talking to council here, we believe you are fully protected. You are fully protected. So thank you for expressing your concerns. We appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Fletcher Duddy. I'm an Assistant Public Defender with the New Jersey Office of the Public Defender. I'm here this afternoon to let you know that the Office of the Public Defender opposes S-2930 substantially for the same reasons articulated by many of those who already spoke today. I don't want to repeat or belabor any of those reasons discussed again by the chorus of speakers here today before me and likely after me. I would like to briefly make 3 points as it relates to this bill and the issue in general. Point number 1, the New Jersey Public Defender's Office is comprised of over 1,300 employees spread out over 60 offices throughout the state of New Jersey. We are one of the largest public agencies in the state, and like other public agencies, we are subject to OPRA requests. Many of those requests take up significant time and resources within the agency. There was a point where I myself was the OPRA custodian and can speak to that firsthand. These requests often required internal investigations to identify and produce those documents. We even received requests throughout the years that may fairly be characterized as oppressive or even harassing. We've had instances, for example, like some of the other examples I heard today, in which the same requester is making multiple requests throughout the week. Yet, despite all of that, we make good on all of those OPRA requests, because the hardship that may come with processing an OPRA request is a small price to pay for government transparency, which is a principle we believe in the Public Defender's Office has always been and should be sacrosanct in the state of New Jersey. So while we share many of the same hardships and difficulties as those explained by the sponsors or the proponents of the bill, Those are a small price to pay for, again, government transparency, and they don't justify the wholesale changes to the statute that's really been in existence for 60 years. A lot of the changes go back to the 1963 original iteration of this. So that's the first point I'd like to make, Senators. Secondly, the Public Defender's Office, of course, has a constitutional mandate to provide zealous, effective legal representation to indigent defendants in our state's criminal courts, appellate courts, family law courts, mental health courts, and in myriad other proceedings. Our office routinely relies on the Open Public Records Act to carry out that constitutional mandate. We use OPRA as an invaluable tool in individual client cases. We use it as a tool in broader cases of systemic impact throughout the state of New Jersey. And we use it in other issues and initiatives throughout the state to ensure that our clients are treated fairly and in accordance with their constitutional right. The examples in which we use it are really endless, but I'll highlight three of them, three just recent ones within the past couple years alone. When several county jails, for instance, were considering closing their doors and shipping our clients across the state, far from their attorneys, their families, and the courthouses in which their cases were litigated, it was OPRA alone that helped us understand those counties' true intentions, which in turn helped us stop those closures from happening without those counties at least putting a plan in place first for attorney-client access. Another example, when we believe that a number of municipalities were not equipping their police officers with body cameras pursuant to state law, it was requests through OPRA and only OPRA that confirmed those suspicions, which then helped bring those municipalities into compliance. When staff attorneys in our family law courts were expressing concern that their juvenile clients, who were not proficient in English and were not receiving bilingual or native language rehabilitative services as a condition of probation, it was OPRA to state agencies that helped us attain policies from those agencies, helped us understand and rectify those problems. And when the Public Defender's Office believed that multiple county prosecutors were giving preferential treatment to certain groups of people charged with gun offenses, perhaps even based on race, by waiving mandatory minimum terms of imprisonment, it was OPRA requests to the Department of Corrections that assisted us in compiling data to help us rectify the issue. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Our agency routinely relies on OPRA. There are several aspects of 2930, however, that would significantly impair our office from using OPRA as a tool to address important issues like these. I would say chief among the aspects of 2930 that would prevent this is the section, this is on page 14, subsection G, that essentially permits a denial of an OPRA request if those requests parallel other litigation. In all of the examples I gave you, all of that relates to pending litigation. Yet, of course, the OPRA requests were complied with, which helped us rectify those issues. So this section, subsection G, would very much be a dagger to the heart of what we do on a day-to-day basis. I would also point out that many of the policies that seem to have undergirded this law, the breadth of data that's now being mined well into the 21st century, the commercialization of OPRA, the unusual, if not creepy requests. I don't see how preventing OPRA requests that may also bear on pending litigation speaks to any of those underlying policy concerns. There seems to be a disconnect there. Another issue that the agency takes with the current iteration of the statute is the provision that essentially delays the start of the OPRA clock until the custodian has received the request. Another one is the provision that allows the OPRA custodian to deny the request if he or she believes it may be harassing or could lead to harassment. You know, what one's definition of harassment may be completely different from another person's definition of harassment is. So these are just some of the concerns that the agency has, Senators, and because of those concerns, we oppose the bill. Third and finally, the third and final comment we have, and this relates to, this is towards the Understood, Mr. Chairperson. This is the final point I'll make.
Thank you.
So this relates to...
I just want to make sure everybody's getting late in the day. I want to make sure we have a chance. So.
Understood. So the current iteration of the bill envisions a 12-person task force, which is established to recommend changes which ostensibly seem to broaden access to police records. However, we have concerns that the membership is highly skewed toward law enforcement or other government agencies like counties or municipal officials that may have a vested interest in protecting the very records that belong to their agencies. And so we would recommend broadening that membership to include other criminal defense attorneys and public defenders. And so thank you again for giving me the time, Mr. Chairperson, Senators. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
As you know, there's no police records as part of this bill. We're not impacting police records as part of this bill.
Well, the bill creates a task
force.
Right.
Public defenders on the list.
There's only one slot for either a private attorney or a public defender. There should be a public defender, member of the private bar, perhaps from the state bar or association of criminal defense lawyers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Still anything legislative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Walter Lors. I'm the president of the New Jersey Foundation for Open Government. We join many of the no suggestions that you've heard today, and I think you're going to continue to hear. We did submit written comments, so I'll not dwell on those, but I want to focus on one issue. We think that any change in mandatory fee shifting for OPRA prevailing requesters is highly regressive. I represent a lot of folks who are requesters. I represent them in court, and I represent almost all of them on contingency. And maybe I'm part of the cottage industry that we heard a little bit before, but I'll tell you, it doesn't do me any good to take a case that I lose. That hurts OPRA, that hurts my client, that hurts me. So I try to take good cases. And I'm able to take good cases from anyone without regard to who they are or how much they can pay. I don't make anyone pay, and I can tell you that a lot of my clients, they wouldn't even be able to pay or want to pay the $300 filing fee to go to Superior Court. And so because of the mandatory fee shifting for prevailing party requesters, OPRA requesters can get great attorneys. I know already that municipalities have great attorneys. I litigate against them all the time. They're excellent in what they do. They settle cases they should settle most of the time, and they fight cases they should fight most of the time. But without fee shifting, most of my clients would not have access to any OPRA legal services. These include parents of children with disabilities. These include poor people. These include working people, working middle-class folks, and even some people who maybe they wouldn't be poor or working class, but they spend the money on the mortgage. They spend the money on their kids' special needs. These are all of my clients, and most of my clients would either not be able to afford an attorney, or they would choose not to pay for one. Some of them maybe would bring the case pro se, but they would certainly be denied legal services that today they have access to. So as we hopefully move forward and hopefully have additional rounds of meetings and hopefully additional rounds of amendments, we keep the current structure of fee shifting intact, because to do otherwise would make the law highly regressive. And what I mean by that is that the people most need legal services, the most vulnerable, would have less or sometimes no access to them when it came to the denials of access to records. Thank you.
Sir, I have a question for you, sir. If you were to bring, you represent a lot of folks, and we appreciate you representing a lot of officers. If you were to bring and I'm saying this is you, but if you were to bring a frivolous lawsuit against a municipality and lose in court today, who pays your bills? The taxpayers pay it, or does your client pay it?
Well, no one would pay my bills, because if I brought a frivolous lawsuit, then presumably the other side would write me what's called a Rule 148 letter, and they would say...
If you were to lose by a judge, the judge was to rule against you, to get frivolous, who would pay your fees?
Well, if I lose, no one pays my fees.
Nobody pays your fees?
When I take a case, I want to be very clear. When I take a case on contingency, I bear the risk. Okay, I bear the risk, and I'll tell you that I almost...
You represent a client, and you're getting paid a fee, right?
Oh, so a fee-paying client.
A fee-paying client.
Which is about 1% of my practice, yes.
You go before a judge, and the judge rules against you.
Yes.
pay for an account for a municipality? From what I understand, I may be incorrect here. Who pays your fee? I understand the municipality.
Well, in that scenario, when I have a fee-paying client, which is someone who I bill them on a monthly basis, and they pay my regular hourly rate, if I lose the case, the OPRA case, then each party would bear its own costs. So that means that the public entity would pay its own counsel fees, and my private plaintiff would pay their own counsel fees.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony. And Sergeant Marks, folks, if we could just, there's some folks on the side here are interfering with those who are testifying.
Yes.
If you could just have them all move towards the back, that'd be great. Anybody who's... And over here too.
Young man, your son, you're not with the press.
I actually am. I have. Yes, sir.
Oh, member of the press, thank you. Okay. Patrick Duff. Come on up, sir. Scott Mackey, representing the Consumer Data Industry Association. And Crystal Knapp, Society of Professional Journalists. William King, Bill, you here? Come on up, sir. And Alex Ambrose. Alex Ambrose, Jersey Policy Perspective. Are you Alex Ambrose?
That's me. Verified by Senator Zucker.
Raise your thank you.
Is this thing on? All right, good. My name is Patrick Duff. I am an investigative journalist from the South Jersey area, and journalists in the South Jersey area are very rare, folks. I mean, if we look over there, every one of them is from North Jersey. We don't have anybody reporting in South Jersey. So, a couple of years ago, I decided to take it upon myself. I created my own website, rabblerouser.com, or NewJerseyRabblerouser.com, and started hitting local municipalities to try to figure out who's dirty and who's not. And I gotta be honest, I think I could just throw a dart and hit who's dirty, which is the purpose of OPRA, right? And so we can take a look and see what's happening. And I want to give an example of what happened to me in my hometown when I went back to Delaware, New Jersey, and did a couple OPRAs. I'm sure people have heard about the Carly Lloyd party in Delaware, New Jersey. It was a party that literally every single politician attended. You had Tammy Murphy, Andy Kim. It was a well-attended event. It was a 2-hour event that the original OPRA request that I made to the township, they said cost $30,000, which I automatically thought that was a little bit much anyway. But turns out, through more OPRAs, doing more OPRA requests, the 2-hour party cost the taxpayers of Delran $100,000 for a 2-hour party to celebrate the retirement of Carly Lloyd. Now, that party had a video taken of the actual party. They spent another $5 grand on video services to take video of the party. Now, after I found out the costs, well, I figured I want to see how well attended this party is, right? So I did a request for the video. I just wanted the video of a publicly attended party. Now, you had mentioned that there's requests that are kind of heinous, that are disgusting requests. I've never seen one. I'd like you to point out the examples of those requests, because the town of Delran, for me asking for the video of the publicly attended Carly Lloyd party, claimed that I was basically trying to get these images of children, to produce these images of children, and literally cited case law in their reasoning of Megan's Law. Like I was some sort of child molester because I'm looking for the Carly Lloyd video. So I think there has been some people that make up some things to try to make it look like requesters are doing one or two things and when they're actually just looking for information. And what's really interesting about that is that I had to sue the township. Now, I told the township at council meetings, hey, I'm going to sue you, you're going to lose. I told them in emails, I'm going to sue you, you're going to lose. And what I want to point out here, it's not the clerk that does it. It's these solicitors, these high-paid, double-dipping solicitors that are sitting there telling people that they can't get records. That's usually because the solicitor themselves gave bad legal advice to the council or the mayor. And it's the solicitor themselves that's covering up their own illegal crimes by not giving this information. Now I say that because guess who quit Delran is the solicitor after I uncovered all this information, uncovered that they did insurance fraud by paying out a landscaper that they were trying to remove from his property, illegally remove him from his property. They paid him $300,000 that I found through OPRA requests that the citizens had no idea about. They didn't go to the chief. They didn't go to the insurance company and say, hey, insurance company, we need to pay this guy because we wronged him. They took $300 grand out of the budget. And by the way, Rabble Rouser Rising is my book. This book would not be able to be produced without OPRA. Okay, so this is a commercial enterprise from OPRA, but it's because bad government exists so regularly that, like I said, they throw a dart and hit it. And I have to say the last part of this is that fee shifting, I'm 11-0 with CJ as my lawyer. I'm 3-0 alone, pro se. Those three, CJ said to me, listen, I don't feel comfortable taking them because they might not work, so I threw my own hat in the ring and I beat the government myself. So these lawyers that take these OPRA cases, they're not taking cases that are frivolous because, like they said, they wouldn't get paid. So the whole fee shifting thing in here, if you're going to shift the fee should be shifted to the solicitor that makes the bad decision. The billing, I should say, not to the clerk or to the citizens. Why don't you do it to the solicitors that are making these bad decisions on behalf of the townships?
Thank you, President. Thank you for your testimony. When you're done, sir, you can just step aside. We appreciate it. Hit the red button. Hit the red button. And take a close look. Campbell wants to come.
I got a copy for you.
Thank you. I'll make sure I have a copy later. Is it free?
For you, yes, sir.
I don't want you to lose out.
If you vote no, sir.
Chairman Tarlow, Scott Mackey here on behalf of the Consumer Data Industry Association. We're a national trade association that represents basically the credit bureaus and supporting industries. LexisNexis is one of our members you heard from earlier today. It also includes members like Experian, TransUnion, Equifax. We're here today. Sadly, we've been in this business for a long time. We've been working with data for an extended period of time, and most of our data is used for legitimate businesses. It's used to make sure that you can go to a bank and get a mortgage. You can go to your local car dealership and get a car loan. You can also verify before you rent. A landlord might use our services to make sure that there's no outstanding liens, outstanding issues with a potential tenant. All of these things are legitimate business operations, and it makes the system work better. Ultimately, things that would diminish our ability to check data, to be able to check titles and liens, to be able to correctly make sure that the address we have on file is the proper address. All of those things put more doubt in the system, and ultimately more doubt is going to increase costs for all consumers. Because that bank is not likely to give you the best rate if they're concerned with your history or credit, or that there's outstanding loans and other things against you. The same thing is true for a landlord or somebody else that might be renting you or selling you a home. They want to make sure they know who they're selling to or who they're renting to. And those are all parts of the system that operates when it comes to credit in the state and in the country. Beyond just that, we also work closely with county clerks. We also work closely with municipal clerks. We have been getting this data for a long period of time. In some cases, we do pay for it. In some cases, we do not pay for it. And that's just the way the system is operated over all these times. But ultimately, that data is used to ensure the legitimacy of the whole system. If we find an error, we will turn around and share it with the county clerk or the municipal clerk where we've identified an error. It's just part of making it better. And ultimately, when you get into the facts of safety and other things, VINs and addresses and all of those other things that are out there are really important for regular safety for regular citizens that stay in New Jersey. If you have a car that has a recall on it, and we can't find the address, or you've moved 3 times, it's really important that we have accurate information tying the driver and owner of that vehicle to a specific address so we can get them that information. It's a free repair. The manufacturers pay for it, but they might not be able to find you because you've moved 3, 4, 5 times. That's just sort of some legitimate purposes of what is identified as data brokers. And we're singled out just because our data is sold. Look, our data is sold to banks, it's sold behind a firewall. It's not sold to just anybody out there in the public realm. And so we think we should be treated a little differently than just the broad definition of data broker in this bill. Additionally, just one other thing is that there's a prohibition from us operating, but then at the same time we're registering with the state now in the bill. It just seems a little disconnect. I don't have any problem with and our members probably don't have any problem registering with the state of New Jersey, but at the same time you're asking us to register, and at the same time you're taking away our ability to operate. So we ask that you take some more time on this, that you look a little closer at this. We'd love to work with you to try to get a better definition. And I understand what you're trying to address as far as the creepy stuff that's out there and some of the mining that might take place, but don't throw the whole system out in the process. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, we always appreciate you testifying. You've been testifying for us for years. We always appreciate your insight. The company that you represent, the information that they're collecting, do they turn around and sell that?
It is sold because it's basic. Yeah, it's basically used by banks, and so if you've ever been a landlord, the only reason I know this, my daughter just applied for college housing, different state. She needed somebody to co-sign on the loan application or the landlord-tenant agreement. I got selected out of the 4 girls. I was the dad selected. Yay for me. I went to a company that has a service. It cost me $24. I inputted all my information, and they generated a report that they shared with that potential landlord. He and all of the kids also had to fill out this application process. Ultimately, that data came from us, right? Came from one of my member companies, and there was a fee associated with accessing that data, but that gave that landlord the comfort to rent to these individuals.
Thank you, Scott.
Yep.
We appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senators. I'm Crystal Knapp. I've been a journalist in the state for more than 2 decades. I use OPRA regularly to receive information and to tell stories. I would not be able to tell many of those stories without the law. I've had to go to court 6 times in my career to contest wrongful denials of records. I've prevailed in every instance. I would not have been able to do that without the fee shifting provision. First, I want to, on behalf of the New Jersey chapter of the Society of Professional Journalists, share the following statement opposing this bill before I speak more about my own issues with the bill. From the Society. This legislation is far from the reform bill supporters are billing it as. Reform means to improve or make better. This legislation does the opposite by allowing the withholding of the public's records under the broadest of circumstances, exempting information from being a public record, and addressing nothing that would actually streamline access to public records. Ironically, this is Sunshine Week, a time when we shine a light on the importance of public records and open government. We find it shameful that the legislature is rushing to consider this bill this week, a bill that will have the same effect as light-blocking curtains. We urge you to table this bill. Speaking for myself, a few things out of the many problematic issues with this bill. 1, there's a lot of vague, subjective language in the bill that leaves the doors wide open for broad denials of access. What is considered a draft? What is considered a note? How do we define harassment? Yet when it comes to how the public must request records, the language makes things very narrow, creating many hurdles for citizens that mean they will have to thread a very fine needle to make a proper request, and use a different form for every agency in the state to do so. It's unclear why they must name specific officials when it's not that hard to do keywords research on a server. This hurts access for regular citizens the most, who may not know the names, but know which office or category of employee they should request records from. 2, this is all being done under the guise of saving the taxpayers money. Study after study show that less transparency makes government more expensive, not cheaper. It leads to fraud, abuse, and waste. If public agencies are concerned about saving the taxpayers money, one clear solution is to comply with proper public records requests. The legal fees and other penalties you are trying to remove are a top incentive for government agencies to do the right thing. Finally, I filed an OPRA request for 1 month of OPRA logs for the city of Elizabeth because I truly wanted to understand how commercial requests are burdening custodians, who I actually have a very good relationship with in many of the agencies I cover. We try to work together to make their jobs easier. I was shocked to receive a handwritten log of several pages. Most of the requests were information related to individual real estate transactions, more than 95%. It boggles the mind that in this day and age, the technology isn't in place to manage all of this electronically. I mean, my grandma and grandpa don't write things down on legal pads anymore. Clerks shouldn't be creating such records by hand. And there should be an online system for looking up real estate information, like there is in New York. And requesters should be able to use technology tools that are available today, like the OPRA machine, to file their requests. This bill does not bring OPRA up to speed with new technology. It severely diminishes the public's right to know, the public that pays for these records in the first place. And I would like to end with a question. I was just curious to know, Senator Johnson was a vocal opponent of this bill, and he received a phone call this morning on the way here that he was removed from this committee, and I was curious to know why.
Next person is Bill.
Okay, my name is Bill Ames. I'm a private citizen, unpaid by any organization. I am the co-founder of Working Together for New Jersey. One of our main coalitions across the state involves many volunteer citizens monitoring our election system in New Jersey, which has problems. We have brought litigation in Mercer County that has more than 350 pages of problems that occurred. We find out how our election system is operating and whether our voter registration system is accurate or not through OPRA. Many of the personal information items that this bill would remove are absolutely critical to the state's voter registration system. We found, for example, 4 individual quadruplets in Sussex County whose information appeared to be identical and looked very much like 4 different voters in one address. Our research using OPRA
tells us that they were in fact quadruplets and legitimately registered. We work with clerks, we work with superintendents of elections, boards of elections all across the state. We ask often for the same information. Certain counties always refuse to provide it. All the others provide it. It's an interesting conundrum. So OPRA is what we need to be able to validate our election system. When we talk about things like metadata, metadata is critical when we look at voting machines. You know that our machines are not audited, examined, there's no forensic. We have no idea whether our voting machines or systems are legitimate or not. And there's not a single person in this state that can counter that statement. Nobody can certify the machines as being legitimate. There's an agency that the government has at the federal level that says it can do so, but none of those people have technical expertise. So we have a big problem. OPRA is critical for us to be able to monitor and make sure that our elections system in this state is accurate, fair, open, nonpartisan, and able to enable every legally qualified citizen to vote. We don't even ask citizenship in this state, and this legislature has passed several laws to make it impossible to verify citizenship, and it's the primary qualification to vote in America. So we have some problems with the way some of these things move. We need to have this bill tabled, at least. Killed would be good, but the bill tries to fix problems and it creates more than it solves. I've spent more than 8 hours looking at it. I can give probably 45 different examples and pieces of it, but I suspect your vote will be taken, within a few minutes. So that work really doesn't matter a whole lot. This happened last year with the Election Law Enforcement Commission. A bill was suddenly introduced within a week. It was considered, it went through both houses, moved very quickly, and it seemed to have very particular reasons to protect certain legislators in its passage. This bill, if I were a suspicious person, looks an awful lot like that. Okay, I don't like it. It's not a good thing. We seek truth and we seek light and we seek honesty and integrity. We work very hard to make sure that any statement we provide to a county clerk is accurate. County clerks all over this state thank us for pointing out problems in the election system that they were unable to identify. They cannot look at the state voter registration system and find the mistakes. We can. We use data analysis, we use OPRA. So I very much would ask that this bill be tabled. There are many flaws in it. Things could be corrected. The aspects of it that say that more effort should be made to put public information online would save all kinds of people trouble. I have no problem with those aspects of it. But aspects of making it harder to request OPRAs, giving more time to respond to them, even the open-ended question of harassment. We ask all the time for the same kind of data because the data changes on a daily basis. Our voter registration system is a free-flowing process. In order to know what changed, I have to be able to ask over and over again for those components. Very few people deny us those aspects of it. But in some cases, when we do ask for information to be able to go in and validate the system is working correctly, some counties deny us, while most don't. So I would simply say, in this particular bill, we find many, many flaws that are going to make the process of access to public information paid for by the public harder to get. We find restrictions on personal information, and I gave you the example a moment ago. In a voter, we need that personal information to distinguish voter number 1 from voter number 2. So if that's denied, nobody will be able to validate the election votes. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Bill. Thanks for your meeting.
Good afternoon, Chair Sarlo and members of the committee. My name, I promise, is Alex Ambrose, and I'm a policy analyst with New Jersey Policy Perspective. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I join here with my colleagues and urge you to vote no on S 2930. The bill as currently drafted would gut the public's access to records that are generated by public dollars by public employees. Rather than support the public's access, this bill instead erects more obstacles to public access and removes protections that make it possible to combat erroneous denials. Government records are generated by and for the public. To ensure transparency and accountability for government activity, the public can and should be able to access those records. The entire purpose of the Open Public Records Act is to expand and improve public access. Already, many requests are subject to unexplained delays and erroneous denials. This bill would create even more red tape for requesters and limit access to specialized researchers or moneyed interests, rather than members of the general public. As a research organization, New Jersey Policy Perspective frequently puts together its reports using public data that it requests from public agencies. Public health data, budget data, and meeting minutes are critical components of understanding how government priorities are set. And as agencies put less and less information on public websites, OPRA has become one of the only ways to obtain this information. As an example, New Jersey Policy Perspective had to use OPRA recently to request documents such as preschool attendance data, NJ transit budgets and meeting minutes, and local law enforcement budgets. There are many ways in which this bill would harm transparency and the right of the public to understand what it is that government officials and employees are doing with public money and with public trust, including expanding exemptions, increasing incentives for non-compliance or denial, expanding red tape, and more. New Jersey Policy Perspective provided written comments that go more into depth with these concerns. But at this juncture, I simply urge the committee to vote no on this bill. No set of amendments can improve what is a teardown of the entire concept of open records. Thank you.
And Alex, thank you from policy perspective for always testifying before our committees on both sides of the issue, so we appreciate the work you guys, the research you do. Okay, next panel up, starting here, Mary Colney. Mary here? Mary left? Okay. Is JJ Mistretta here? Come on up, JJ. Thomas Caffrey, Tom? Come on up, Tom. Is Sai Gavi Akir? Come on up. Betsy Cross? Okay. Who's representing the Sierra Club? Is it William Barrett or Taylor McFarland? Who's representing? Okay. Is the Sierra Club still here? Sierra Club? Okay, thank you. Austin Edwards? Austin?
Yep.
I know you testified earlier. Come on back up, Austin. Thank you for sticking around. Okay. And Maria Irwin. Okay. One more. I think Steve Bronco, you testified already? No? Okay. Let's begin. My left. You're right.
Am I on now?
You're on.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Senator, you kind of had me at the various people doing various things. I thought, oh, maybe there's some validity to this legislation. That only was like 10%, maybe. The other 90% is... Well, okay, and I'm sure, I can understand certain things you might want to be done. But this bill was pushed down our throats, okay? 1 week, and you're only meeting with certain people. These are the agencies. You're not meeting with the public. We have not had enough time to digest this bill. I'm here speaking for myself, but in reality, I'm speaking for taxpayers and the regular citizens. And we're asking you to do the right thing for your constituents. OPRA should not be lessened or restricted. We need more transparency. We need sunlight. A lot of these agencies want these things done this way for their own purposes, for their own needs. Maybe some of them are even lazy. I don't know. But those of us that are here today want transparency on issues so that we can be better citizens, informed and better citizens. I don't know if you remember, but there was a time when we had the press and we had newspapers. I used to go to meetings, townships, county, room was packed. Somebody was there with a press credential. We don't have that anymore. Okay, so we're at a loss for information. Everything that gets done behind closed doors. It's like a secret, where they go to executive session. After their executive sessions, BS anyhow. I ran for election in 2008, and my Freehold Township, and my running mate. Well, no, that's the truth. In fact, we were front page of the Asbury Park Press because we went to the state regarding the township that they had too much behind closed doors. But we don't have reporters now. We don't have very few of them, and we don't have opportunities. Even our county meetings now, our commissioners, they have a meeting at 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock. They don't have anything at night. So if you work, how do you get to it? How do you do it? You are supposed to protect us, okay, and represent us. We need more real access and true information so we can be informed citizens and do a better job. This is the reason, this sort of thing today is the reason why citizens are disheartened and disgusted with government. We feel like you're closing us off and doing something to block us so you have more control, dumbing down of America so that we don't have access to anything. Okay? But for me and for most of the people here, this is a no-brainer for the public to vote this down, or at least to slow it down and put other people that are here that gave you great information on that board that you're discussing. Now, I'm also a realtor, so some of the things that some of these people were saying with the title companies, the renters, the landlords, I have to do that also. That's valid. All sorts of things. Rabies shot. When I was a kid, I had to go for 20 rabies shots. So they finally found the door. So all of this is relatable. These are facts and things. So you made a few valid concerns, but only 10% of what's going on in this bill. The public needs a seat at the table, and we need you to side with the public, be our heroes. We need you to do, even though we have limited press and limited newspaper, for maybe the papers to say a week from now, maybe a day from now, maybe even today, that the New Jersey legislature stuck with the public and went on the side and chose sunlight and transparency over stringent restrictions. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for your testimony. Actually, some of the best testimony you heard today. Right from the
Thank
heart.
you.
And you're very passionate. And trust me, we all want to be transparent. We just want to cut out some of the commercialization and some of the people who look for fair trade. But you said something very important. I remember coming here 22 years ago, the amount of press that was here, and the interaction that we had with them. I had to give follow-up on bills and legislation. Local mayor, you used to go to the local mayor and council meeting. Everybody had a local reporter who interacted with the mayor and council and was able to report on things and follow up. Unfortunately, because of budgetary reasons, a lot of those prints, eliminated a lot of those positions. And there was a lot more feedback, a lot more good information going on when you had that local reporter there at those local governing body meetings. And shame on those mayor and councils that meet at 12 o'clock. They should have, right? They should be meeting at 6, 7 o'clock and they can keep the rest. Shame on them. I'm been a mayor my whole life. I don't meet at 12 o'clock and get it. Shame on them. So thank you for your testimony. You've been very helpful.
Mr. Chairman, members of the, I guess it's on, yeah. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you. My name is Thomas Cafferty. Likewise. Okay, there's the issue. It is the issue. All right. I represent the organization the prior speaker says may not exist. I assure you we exist. Maybe not in the numbers we exist. I'm general counsel for the New Jersey Press Association. It's a nonprofit organization incorporated in 1857 under the laws of the state. NJPA's membership includes daily newspapers, weekly newspapers, affiliate newspapers, digital news organizations, specialty newspapers, as well as corporate and nonprofit affiliate members. Unfortunately, I appear today in opposition to this bill. NJPA was fully involved over a long period of time in the drafting that resulted in the adoption of OPRA in 2001. I remember at the final hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator Gormley asked me how long had I been involved, and I said, unfortunately, I had hair and it was black. I'm not suggesting that we need that kind of process here, but what I am suggesting is we need a more collaborative process with input than we have unfortunately had to date. The Press Association was intimately involved in S380 in 2020, and that was a collaborative process that resulted in a lot of compromises. Unfortunately, that bill didn't pass, but one of the compromises and one of the issues that bill addressed was the issue of commercial requests. And some of this definition in this bill comes from that S380. What we have here, unfortunately, is a 30-page bill that was introduced on March 4th, and here we are today being asked with a few minutes to comment on that bill in a period of time that I find interesting. It's less than an OPRA custodian would have to respond to an OPRA request. But I don't want to stop there, because not only are there problems with the process here, more importantly, I submit that there are deep flaws with the bill. If the bill addressed the three objectives that the chairman started the discussion today, I think my comments would probably be a lot simpler and a lot shorter, because I think that there are areas that we can find consensus on those three purposes. But unfortunately, the bill goes far beyond those three objectives. Many records that are currently available to the public will be cloaked in secrecy as a result of this bill, or otherwise made difficult to obtain. And wrongful denials will be impossible for many to challenge. All of this is in derogation of what our court has described as New Jersey's, quote, long and proud tradition of openness and hostility to secrecy in government. I will not repeat here all of the concerns we raised in the position paper that we disseminated to the members of the committee last week. But that being said, let me address a couple of the issues that I want you to consider. First of all, earlier today, I heard discussion about, well, there's issues of privacy. Section 1 of OPRA talks about privacy, and it talks about an individual's right to privacy, and that a custodian, a government record, shall not be made available in derogation of a citizen's reasonable expectation of privacy. And our Supreme Court, in a 2009 case, Burnett versus County of Bergen, addressed that language, specifically addressing, is that language merely prefatory or preamble and not a substantive right? And what the court said is, specifically of that language, it imposes an obligation on public agencies to protect against disclosure of personal information, which would run contrary to reasonable privacy interests. So there already are protections for privacy interests that our Supreme Court has affirmed exist in OPRA. What else does this bill do to limit access, restrict access? Well, draft material would no longer be available, including notes generated and used to prepare final reports, documents, or records. Logs of telephone calls, emails, or texts would no longer be available. Electronic or paper calendars for individuals would no longer be available. Immediate access would no longer be required for budgets, bills, vouchers, contracts, including collective negotiation agreements and individual employment contracts, and public employee salary and overtime information if the document are over 12 months of age, notwithstanding that those documents may be sitting right next to the custodian of those records. If it's over 12 months, tough luck. There is further, the bill would require submission of a record request in a form adopted by the custodian, which overrules an existing case, Rena versus County of Union, saying as long as the information that you're required to submit so the custodian can respond is there, doesn't matter the format. Metadata would no longer be available. And a government agency, this is my favorite one, I think, a government agency would be permitted to deny access to a record in its possession if the record is created or maintained or by another agency. How does it matter where that record came from if it's in the possession of the government agency? And there's a final section that is really problematic, I think. It's a retroactivity section of the bill. You know, we lawyers talk about three types, and cases talk about three types of retroactive. When a bill is passed, does the bill only apply prospectively? Does the bill apply to everything retroactively, even prior decisions? And then there's a third type, pipeline retroactivity. Does the bill apply to cases pending in the judicial process? This bill says, hey, if you've got a case pending in the pipeline where you were denied access under OPRA, you're litigating under OPRA, tough luck. This bill now applies, and you're governed by this bill. So it applies and makes clear that all of the provisions of this bill through pipeline retroactivity will apply to cases existing in the court or the government records system. Were this not enough, the bill removes the language providing for mandatory attorney's fees to a prevailing requester, instead providing that a prevailing requester may be awarded attorney fees. A couple of things. Under the existing law, first of all, you have to be a prevailing requester to recover a fee. At the end of the day, in the words of OPRA, that means that you have to have been wrongfully denied access, and the court has to have determined that. Well, that's a euphemism for what? That you were illegally denied access. That's the bottom line. And secondly, even if you prevail, you're not entitled to any fee. You're only entitled to a reasonable fee. And there have been cases where the courts have appointed special masters to go through line by line, every fee, every time entry. So there are protections in the law today. If it's a frivolous case, you're not going to win because you're not going to be a prevailing party. And if the fees are excessive, you're not going to recover them all because they're not going to be reasonable. But this bill does even more than that. What the bill also does is say that in determining whether or not to award a fee, in making that determination, the court or the party should consider whether the public agency is found to have knowingly and willfully violated OPRA or to have unreasonably denied access. So there are additional hurdles that a court's going to impose in exercising its discretion. As recognized by the New Jersey Supreme Court, without OPRA's fee-shifting provision, in the words of the Supreme Court, quote, the ordinary citizen would be waging a quixotic battle against a public entity vested with almost inexhaustible resources. By mandating a fee award to a prevailing requester for the wrongful denial of access to records, our Supreme Court, in its words, said, the legislature intended to even the fight, end quote. This bill fixes the fight, and it fixes the fight against access, against transparency. Finally, this is a bill that is much too important, I respectfully submit, to be raced through the legislative process. The citizens of New Jersey simply deserve better. NJPA remains ready, willing, and able to work with lawmakers and stakeholders, as we have throughout the history of OPRA, to address legitimate practical issues and search for solutions while at the same time preserving the public's right to access and transparency. Thank you for listening.
I know I have great respect for all the work that you've done over the years, and I know the members have great respect for all the work that you've done. We did meet with the Press Association back on August 7th, 2023. Granted, we didn't give you a copy before it was dropped on 3-4, but we never heard again from the Press Association. They walked away from that meeting saying they had some ideas and thoughts, but we never received any more real major. I mean, we got some of the input in. So as we sit here today, one of your partners told me you were willing to work. We want to work with it. We want to, like you said, this bill is about 30 pages, only from the 2001 law, only about 10 pages of it. It's only about 10 pages to draft. So we can work through this and get your input and get your thoughts. Your law partner said you would work around the clock day and night to do this. I don't want to commit that to you, but.
Apparently she did. But that being said, I mean, look, I don't want to disagree publicly, but I have emails where wrote to asking what's happening, can we see a draft? Whatever happened, whether they got to you or not, I'm not sure.
You've raised some good points, and we're going to take it under advisement consideration. Council here from to work with the other house. And the goal here is, like you said, it was done in 2001. I think you even made some recommendations of how we could strengthen it, make it better. If we've made some hiccups here, we're willing to work with you to get them corrected. I just want to get your opinion on this. And you said there is some privacy. So I was speaking to a member of the press the other day, and I asked them to pose a question. I said, sometimes there's a request that we would like to get the cameras of a playground and a park. We want the cameras all day long, 24 hours a day. I said, if there was an altercation or somebody being bullied, absolutely. You know, a parent comes in for that, or the police need those records. But I don't know if it's in the best interest to provide the security cameras that run 24 hours a day of a playground where there's kids who are playing perhaps unattended. And his response was, yes, we were entitled to it. We want to sit there and watch hours and hours of kids playing. We're entitled to that as a press. It's the public. Do you think that is a problem? Isn't that was my child playing there. I would want him to be protected if I stepped away from him. I would never step away. My wife would have my head. But do you think some of that should be protected?
I think we can have a conversation on it. I'm not sure without knowing more facts. For example, I can see...
There's no incident, there's no bullying, there's no fight, there's no incident. Just, I want to see the cameras for 3 weeks of that park and who's playing there.
Well, suppose there is a concern of the adequacy of supervision in the park, or the lack thereof. You know, public stories are written on these kinds of things. In this kind of information brings to light.
No, there's a public park where there's a couple of playgrounds you can go in and reach. Those are some of the things we need to work with.
Well, and I think what it illustrates is maybe there's a way to resolve both sides of this point if we have the dialogue, if we have conversation, which unfortunately hasn't happened yet. And that's what has to happen, I submit.
Thank you, Tom. If you've testified, you can step away.
All right.
Folks, I'm going to just ask now, late in the day, we've had a great cross-section, folks. We've had members of the press, we've had advocacy groups, we've had members of the public, we've had not-for-profits, we've had some for-profits, we've had those gentlemen gave me a book off OPRA. I just want to now kind of narrow it down to about 3 minutes, please. If we could just narrow it down to testimony in 3 minutes. I want to, let's all be fair to one another. 3 minutes. I know every time I'm going to have to interrupt somebody, there's going to be somebody cheering or applauding, but let's try to, I think we've got a good cross-section of everybody.
Good evening, sir. We left at 7:50 from Berkeley Heights today, and all I've had was a cup of chai, and we waited here all this time, and I think if we're going to go over a minute, I think we should be allowed to do that, a minute or two, respectfully. Thank you.
3 minutes, yeah.
No, all I'm saying is we've left at 7:50 to drive all the way from Berkeley Heights, and all I've had was a cup of chai, and we waited here because originally we were told the hearing on this to testify is at 10 a.m. It didn't start until like 2:45 p.m.
Yeah, I'm not sure who told you that. I'm not sure.
It was at
The agenda was 10 minutes and Bill was being called 10, so I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening. I started off my thing with good morning, but it's good afternoon. I'm Sai Bhargavi Akiri from Berkeley Heights. I'm an immigrant and a naturalized citizen who loves America. One of the many things I love about my adopted country, in addition to national parks, are my constitutional rights, particularly freedom of speech. In my native country, one can suddenly vanish for asking a simple question of the government or elected representatives. Therefore, I was delighted to learn late in 2014 that New Jersey has an Open Public Records Act and common law right to access government information. This allowed almost anyone to do discovery on government records in order to uncover corruption or simply learn what was going on. Now I'm shocked and saddened to see that two bills, S2930 and A4505, are being fast-tracked through the legislature. These bills would destroy OPRA as we know it in favor of secrecy in government and worse, even make it retroactive. What is the rush? Are there perhaps some pending court cases you seek to derail? These bills are not something to be proud of. OPRA, as we have it, allows effective citizen oversight of government agencies. Can't we all support this? OPRA is a valuable tool to probe how taxpayer dollars are spent. Can't we all support that? OPRA is a tool to hold government officials accountable. Can't we all support that? OPRA is a tool to make government follow its own laws and regulations. Can't we all support that? While our OPRA law is relatively strong in comparison to other states, according to the Better Government Association, which studies these laws across the country, specifically we have the mandatory fee shifting, so that anyone can take the agency to court for an improper denial, and there are appeal rights to court and deadlines to grant access to records. Emails are available and it is not too difficult to formulate a proper request due to court decisions that allow access to email headers and logs. All of these combine to make citizen discovery a realistic possibility. You could not possibly afford to have an army of government workers do the oversight job. Our citizens are basically providing a low-cost oversight service for the people that can only lead to less corruption and better governance. If you want an even stronger law, I would recommend daily penalties for improper denial of access that begin on the date of denial and shorter response times with very few extensions. I will cite just a few examples of what OPRA has enabled me and few others in our small town to obtain. Number one, a copy of a request for a building permit revealed that a contractor who had falsely stated that all required state permits had been obtained for a school bathroom project at an elementary school. Elected Board of Education representatives were denied copies of a detailed adopted budget, and under OPRA, then State Department of Ed came in, supplied the budget. Number three, an OPRA request revealed that a healthcare cost adjustment requested in the school budget did not have the statutory required supporting documentation, so the cost adjustment was denied. We have a relatively strong OPRA law and should be proud of the access it provides to government records compared to other states. Some people that have had to handle these requests may not like it, but that is not a reason to weaken or destroy it. What you're seeking to do here would effectively destroy something good and replace it with a weak law that we cannot effectively be proud of. As elected representatives, you all have a fiduciary responsibility in spending the tax dollars, and we as the public have every right to request to see how these tax dollars are being spent. Unfortunately, given the reputation we have as a state with the recent indictment of New Jersey senator by federal authorities, it is shameful that instead of protecting and passing stricter legislation, we are trying, with checks and balances, we have two bills looking to gut OPRA. A well-informed community, one that can determine and act on its true interests, is essential to a well-functioning representative democracy. Lastly, for freedom of information laws throughout the country clearly state the importance of deferring to openness and strictly limiting secrecy. We know open record and open meeting laws benefit society. For decades, journalists and social justice groups have revealed extraordinary stories through freedom of information laws. Thank you for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Okay.
Tom? I'm Betsy Cross, I live in Wall Township, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I'm going to ask that you table the vote or vote no to this. I feel like it was rushed through. I just found out about it on Friday. I've been trying to get it all over every Facebook page that I can get it on. and I've asked for people to write their assemblymen and senators, which I've done. I think we're going in the wrong direction, and I think it's really important what that gentleman said in the group before me about our elections. We are in a really scary place right now, and I feel like we're moving like towards a third world country, and people don't want you to speak up, and they put fear in you to come to meetings, and it's an awful feeling, and I've had it happen to me personally in Wall Township. If boards of education or municipalities do not want to answer questions, and the only way you can get your answer is through an OPRA, well, that's what we have to do. I mean, I would be able to put in a lot less OPRAs if I could get simple questions answered, but I can't. So I'm begging you that you need to work with people. I'll gladly work with you. I filed my first lawsuit over 10 years ago with Walter Lors, and we won the case. And you know, it was 5 different items, and he was like, "You're never going to win on all 5." And we dotted the I's, crossed the T's. We won on every item. I just won on another item where the Wall Board of Ed, Brian Smythe, he was hiding my own Facebook posts that he didn't want to give me, that I saw them in an email log. So we have to be able to see email logs, because if you're talking about me or my child, which has happened, we have to have access to it. You've got some really bad people doing really bad things in towns, and the corruption is only going to get worse. Metadata is so important, and this happened on my last case, where the judge determined that Wall was putting things in Google Drive folders. So then they were saying, "Oh, we don't have to give it, it's in a Google Drive folder." And the judge, it was kind of a landmark case. No, just because you put it in a Google Drive folder doesn't mean the public doesn't have access to it. So the metadata is so important. So taking that away is really, really upsetting. We've got so many lawsuits going on in Wall right now, we must have 15. And the only way you can kind of see them is by getting the attorney bills. And if you want to start taking away executive session minutes and the attorney bills, Wall redacts everything. They redact whatever they can, and they just say, "Let's just wait till we're sued," and then they get sued, and then they lose. It is really, really a scary thought. We have our business administrator lies to the BOE, and then he testifies because he gets deposed, and it ends up that he lied, but nothing happens. I mean, it's really disturbing.
I'm familiar with Wall. I actually stuck up for some of the parents and kids a couple of years back.
I did. I spoke to you.
We had a bully. Yeah, we had a bully.
I spoke to you. So I just think you're.
If you could just focus on the bill, I understand Wall has its own issues that.
Yeah, but if we can't get this information, we're going to have more official misconduct, more mismanagement, more fraudulent practices. I've had to sue Wall Municipal and won, and I've had to sue the Wall BOE and won, and I will keep doing it. I also have a Facebook. It's called Wall BOE, and it's Betsy Oprah's Education. So I started a link that, you know, you can go to YouTube and watch the videos because they don't want to be transparent. So I'm begging you to either table it or vote no. And if you'd like my input, I will gladly give it to you because I have done a lot of Oprahs. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And here again, Austin Edwards, representing Salvation Social Justice. Again, we're a Black, faith-rooted, nonpartisan social justice organization. I'm going to just assume that I'm probably the last testimony here, so one thing that you can... never mind. Well, I'll still, either way, try to keep it as short as possible.
Yeah, if we just keep the 3 minutes now, I know you spoke earlier on the housing piece, a separate piece of legislation, of course, but we could just...
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, so with this current bill, we're in opposition to it for a few reasons, specifically because it reduces fee shifting, making it discretionary, not mandatory, for the courts to award fees to those who win lawsuits over denied OPRA requests, which discourages legal action. limited email access, right? Exempting email logs and call logs, which hinders investigations into potential misconduct, especially our Black communities who are disproportionately impacted by police brutality and other forms of government abuse. Access to this email communication is vital for uncovering truth. Burdensome request requirements. This bill currently, in its current form, demands an unrealistic high level of specificity for these requests, specifying subject matters and discrete limited time periods. This makes it nearly impossible to follow the leads, uncover potential wrongdoing, subjective denial criteria, allowing broad discretion to deny requests based on potential harassment. Other reasons why we're opposed to it, it exempts a wide range of data, including metadata, like I said, email addresses, even dog license information, all valuable pieces for comprehensive investigations. The task force that's going to be created to study things like police records, we want to make sure it doesn't just include the majority of law enforcement and government representatives, which can raise concerns about this task force's objectivity and limits commercials requests. It also delays access, delaying the clock for responding to OPRA requests, limit format choices, hindering legal work, and lengthening review periods. Overall, our concerns with the bill in its current form are because these disproportionately impact our Black communities, which already struggle with a history of distrust in government. Weakening OPRA creates a system ripe for secrecy, abuse, and it makes it harder to expose racial bias in policing, discriminatory lending practices, or environmental injustices that disproportionately impact our neighborhoods. Like I said with the other gentleman who was up before, we'd love to work with you on correcting some of these issues as we see it in the bill currently, and we hope to be in contact.
Thank you. Okay. Kevin Walsh, Acting State Controller. I apologize, Kevin, you were stuck in the middle. We were, unlike the affordable housing piece, they had a list of people who wanted to go first. Here was, no order, just.
Happy to be here, Senator. Enjoyed the testimony. Appreciated your nice comments about affordable housing in Woodbridge. Happy to hear it's going well.
That was this product that working with you directly on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Walsh. I am the Acting State Comptroller and lead the Office of the State Comptroller, which is an independent watchdog that investigates, audits, reviews, that sort of thing, state and local governments, about 2,000 entities total that are under our jurisdiction. I'm honored to be here today, and thank you, Senator and members, for taking the time to listen to my testimony. Important to note, I'm not speaking for the administration today, although I'm a member of the governor's cabinet, because I am independent. I'm here today to talk about my views as the acting state comptroller, both about the bill in general and specifically as it relates to a report we've issued and how it impacts the work that we do in attempting to protect taxpayer funds. So for 10 years I worked as a civil rights lawyer and have a million stories about ways in which we held the state and local government accountable through the Open Public Records Act. And I thought Mr. Cafferty today, on behalf of the Press Association, gave what was really an astute set of concerns about the bill text and ways in which it may reduce the incentive to comply with the requirement of transparency. Senator, based on your questions, my sense is there's elements of this bill, as I read through it, that are not consistent with your priorities. The bill that I read does have a provision in it that permits government to sue residents. At least that's the bill that is online. And there are others that I'll touch on. But I'd appreciate the chance to continue to comment, especially as it relates to a report we issued. Some of the best tips, I've been in the Office of the State Comptroller for about 4 years now, and some of the best tips we get come from New Jersey residents who file OPRA requests, get those documents, especially from local government entities, and share those with us with a tip where they think that something has gone wrong. They don't know who else to go to, but they know that the Office of the State Comptroller welcomes, receives their tips, and answers the phone whenever they call. Actually, answers the phone. Residents see something and it concerns them, and they come to us for an independent and objective look. Some of our most impactful reports started with an OPRA request, not from us. I fear that if documents are harder to get, we will get less transparency, and that will lead to more corruption, to fraud, waste, and abuse that either goes unchecked or that is not detected because there's not an effective way. If your goal is to save money, be careful. A less transparent government is very likely a more expensive one, I fear. Some examples, changes the definition of government records. Exempts notes. The way in which it exempts notes will lead to sanitized records. The facts that actually were written down when the notes were taken will not be there. Rather, it will be the edited version. The emails were touched on, the timing, the idea that one can wait until sued to hand over the documents and then have the defense that I didn't know better. I think that's the sort of thing that does not accomplish the goals you articulated, Senator, and goes in the direction of changing the balance away from transparency to secrecy a bit too much. My job is to protect the interests of taxpayers and taxpayer funds, and I welcome that help. We have 70 employees who focus on Medicaid. We have 70 employees who focus on 2,000 entities, state agencies, sewer districts, fire districts, etc. We need all the help we can get to help keep government honest. Our policy as a state has been to welcome New Jersey residents and journalists to be involved and to help hold government accountable. And I respectfully suggest, Senator, that the bill that is before you retreats from that commitment in a way that I think may be unintended. My office issued a report in July 2022 that looked at the Government Records Council, which is a big part of this. What we found is that the Government Records Council took 3 times longer than the court process to decide Open Public Records Act cases. The timeframes, though, that are written in this bill, which seem on their face to address that sort of issue, I fear may be meaningless, because the delay does not come in the 90 days when somebody picks it up and works with it and gets it to the council. The delay comes when it gets sent to the Office of Administrative Law. The delay comes when it goes to mediation. I think that there needs to be an overall time frame if you want to address the issues that were discussed in our July 2022 report. Another issue is that not changing the ways that decisions are made, I fear, will make it very, very unlikely that it goes faster. Having a 10, 11, 12-member council be the first entity that decides the matter, it's akin to having the New Jersey Supreme Court take landlord-tenant cases and decide them. What we recommended in our report is that decisions be made earlier in the process and that the council function more like an appellate level, so that some of these things could be decided within 30, 60 days, and then they can decide whether the issues should be addressed by the council. It may be that both parties are happy with the initial adjudication, and that would really keep fees down as well. I welcome the chance to the committee, to you, Senator Sarlo, to be involved going forward to address these issues. I believe it is possible to address the important goals that you've articulated here without undermining the important transparency that the Open Public Records Act provides, and I commit myself and my office to helping you in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience here today.
Certainly. Thank you.
Okay. Next panel, Eric Richard, AFL-CIO. Okay. Jennifer Ward, former General Counsel, North Jersey Media. Javier Robles, Latino Action Network. Javier here? Oh, okay. Legal Women Voter, Ava Lynch. Okay. First. Yeah, we'll go first. Thank you, Sergeant. Great. And hold on 1 second, I'm going to bring somebody else up here. Trying to get as many as I can here. Jane Walter still here?
Yes.
Come on up, Sarah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. We'll start with our friends from the Deal Action Network. How are you, sir?
Great, thank you. Chair, sorry. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you good.
Okay. Great, thank you. That's perfect, thank you. Well, I'll start by just noting something that's interesting, that I rarely see unions and corporations and government and other advocacy groups agree on anything, and they seem to agree that this bill is probably not a great idea and maybe should be looked at or tweaked to make it fairer for all parties. So OPRA was established to maximize transparency while balancing government agencies' limited policy reasons used to shield records from public. However, the proposed changes to OPRA seem to be expanding exceptions and hindering public access to government records, which could undermine fundamental democratic values. We need to ensure that any changes to OPRA are made with caution and consideration, and that the public's access to information is not hindered by unnecessary barriers or overly broad exclusions. In fact, we should be working towards a more open and transparent government where the public has reasonable access to government information that's essential for holding our elected officials and government agencies accountable. We urge lawmakers to reconsider the proposal to change OPRA and to engage in a public debate by working together and taking a constructive approach. From our agencies, or from our organization's point of view, in terms of the Latino Action Network and the New Jersey Disability Action Committee, which I also represent, we are very worried about the fee-shifting portion of this law. We work with a lot of people who are poor, a lot of people who are new immigrants to this country, and also people who have disabilities. So most of these people are on government services, so cannot afford these types of fee-shifting. The other thing that is a little bit troublesome to us is the harassment portion of the law. We know that there are people with disabilities, usually intellectual or mental health disabilities, that may seem to be harassing someone, and that may be a symptom of their disability. So we think that that particular portion should be relooked at in terms of seeing if someone has a disability and if that's the reason why they're considered to be harassing. I know that when I was an OPRA custodian, when this law first passed, we would have many people call the Division of Disability Services every single day for like 10 times. And it was because of their disability, not necessarily because they wanted to harass us. So I don't want to take up too much more time, but those are just some things that we would.
Thank you for the good work that Lan has done for so many years, worked with your organization for many years, so thank you. Jennifer, good to see you again. Haven't seen you in a while.
Nice to see you again.
I actually spent some time with your brother recently at a fundraising event for a hospital in Richard. Good to see you as well.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members. I think I have a unique position because I believe I was the only in-house attorney for a media organization in New Jersey. I was privileged to spend 22 years working for our newsrooms on behalf of transparency, accountability, democracy, informing New Jerseyans about the inner workings of their government and what the government's up to. I was speaking earlier to hear about the NJSPCA as somebody who just is an animal lover. So I don't have an email about that, but I do have an email about time to cause some traffic problems. As many of you know, our newspaper broke that story, and it wasn't just about breaking the story, but it was about the circling of the wagons that occurred in the wake of that story. And if it had not been for outside counsel, there is no way we could have done the journalism, investigative journalism that we did. And it was everything from looking at the Gibson-Dunn bills for the Gibson-Dunn report to, I think there were over 15 law firms that were representing various state officials, predominantly from the governor's office. Many of those bills did not comply with the outside general counsel guidelines that the state had. There was a lot of double billing, there was a lot of block billing. We questioned who was reviewing these bills and letting the taxpayers pay over $1 million in these bills. And again, that would not have happened without the Walter Lorses, the Tom Caffertys, and the C.J. Griffiths. And I'm saying this from a place where we were the second largest newspaper in the state. We were also able to, as many of you know, take the New Jersey Supreme Court case, North Jersey Media Group versus Lyndhurst, that held with police accountability and use of force. And I also just want to show one quick example, because I know I don't want to be redundant, and we've had a lot of people here talking about the mandatory fees, but New Jersey placed such a great value on transparency that it did treat it equally with civil rights in the sense that they did require mandatory fee shifting. And I submit to you that if you get rid of that, you are absolutely gutting OPRA. We absolutely need that for enforceability. And I want to show you an example. I worked with many, many custodians. I think the record is one of the most prolific OPRA requesters, but we were not always in court because we worked in a good faith with the custodians to avoid litigation. There was one that we just couldn't avoid, and that was in the wake of Hurricane Sandy. You taxpayers paid over $100 million because New Jersey Transit did not move the locomotives and the rail cars to they left them in low-lying areas and they did not move them in violation of their hurricane plan. So when our reporter was asking for the hurricane plan, which told New Jersey Transit where to leave the rail cars and the locomotives so they would not be damaged, and again, they did not follow it, so they were damaged to the tune of over $100 million. This is what we got. 3.5 pages. Completely redacted. Sadly, I worked for 6 months not to go to court. There were 4 attorneys from the state on the other side. Judge Jacobson, one of the finest jurors I've ever been before the state has ever had, readily said, no way. We got these. As you can see, with the exception of one minor redaction, we got the whole entire document unredacted, and just an absolute waste of taxpayers' dollars. I hope you all vote no. I absolutely think this should be delayed, and I just thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your insight.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. Nice to see you, Senators, Chairman. Nice to meet you. My name is Win Kuhn, and I'm the founder and executive director of Action Together New Jersey. But I come here today to speak to you in many roles that I play. The first one is of immigrant from the country of Vietnam, where we're very familiar with freedom of the press issues, a lot of curation, censorship, you name it. The second way I'm coming to you is also as the only nonprofit in New Jersey that actually uses OPRA. And we get the state voter registration system. We have our independent voter database, and we analyze that. We don't sell it. We analyze the patterns of the voters and to help educate the voters. And where needed, work within the law and work with our legislators for a new law to make it better for access to voters and to minimize, if not get rid of, disenfranchisement. The third way I'm coming to you is as an unaffiliated voter. I'm one of more than 2 million unaffiliated voters in New Jersey, and I only affiliate to vote in your closed primaries. And I want to send you the alarms. I'm sure you see it, but I want to go on record. There are large alarms going on in our democracy today, nationally and also here in our state. You know, this morning, on this cold, blustering morning, when we have lines of people waiting to get inside and goes to the road to testify on this bill, you need to see that red flag. The other one is members of our press. They're telling you the alarms, and I think you need to listen to them. So let me give you, Senator, you had asked us to say some examples of what we would change. So I don't want to reiterate what many have said, but there's one thing that I would like to really have you all consider and give you some examples. So I'm working right now to get investments in our $55 billion plus state budget. I'm looking for investments in our election infrastructure to help our county clerks. I'm only asking for about $5 million. This bill is about $4 to $8 million. I think we should double down in our investments in this and increase transparency and not less. When we're having forums in different agencies and asking our citizens to kind of hunt around to see which agency, which forms they should fill out, that's not making work less, that's not more efficient. That's costing our taxpayers more money. So here's an example of OPRA doing right here in New Jersey. So when I voted abroad as an American citizen, I used vote by mail. I'm like, this is brilliant, why don't we have this? I come back to New Jersey, guess what we do? But did you know that during the Christie administration, we had a great Division of Elections website where we had a piece of paper that told us by county, by reason why voters were being rejected by vote by mail. Under Governor Murphy's administration and the Division of Elections, that information went away. And I had to use OPRA to find out that information. And in working with then Assemblyman Zwicker and Senator Gopal, we were able to find out that the #1 reason was, actually 76% of reason included ballots after poll close, and we got the postmark date right. And then we also had signature. But did you know that since then, the #1 reason for voter rejection is this other category that went from the bottom 10 to a #1? I need to OPRA every county to find out why those voters were rejected. What is the other? And that's where the other comes in. That's where OPRA is going to help us. The other thing I want to relay is we looked at all the rejections from, I believe it was 2005 moving forward. And by the way, we keep this information, it's massive information on its own secure server. And this is what we use. Actually, the state doesn't even keep the yearly records of permanent vote by mail voters. No Inc., your contractor does that, but we keep everything. And what we found out was there was a positive correlation for ballot rejection if you were an unaffiliated voter. Clear positive correlation there. The other clear positive correlation for ballot rejection was if Spanish was spoken at home or more than one language. Therefore, using information, we converted our entire website to also have Spanish. So there are good things that we can do with OPRA, and I implore you to delay this bill or vote no so that you can have stakeholders work with you to improve this. Because I'm telling you, this is not going to make the county government and county election officials any more efficient. It's not going to save them time. And lastly, I would say that as an immigrant, I love this country. My work here, my uncles helped the Americans, and they were all imprisoned after the Americans withdrew. So this is part of my legacy, and I'm telling you, there are red flags here, and I'm imploring the majority party to really look at the small d democracy when you're doing your work. Thank you.
Folks, again, please try to keep it to 3 minutes or to take it long.
Hello. Okay. Hi, my name is Ava Lynch, and I'm a member of the League of Women Voters of the Morristown area. However, I'm testifying on behalf of myself. As a young person, I'm very grateful to be in this position. I think I'm one of the youngest people in this room. However, I'm deeply concerned about the future of our democracy. Passing this bill would be a direct testament to New Jersey's apathy and negligence towards its citizens. Freedom to information is essential to protecting it, and without access, we are paving a path to corruption within our government. I urge you to vote no on S2930. I am deeply concerned that a bill that deals directly with public access to information was drafted and scheduled without adequate public engagement. I am disappointed to experience our government's wish to function behind closed doors, particularly when it comes to an issue that gives the public the very tools they need to hold the government accountable. As a political science student, I realize that research is something that legislators heavily focus on when they want to know how well a policy is working. By passing this bill, that research will be made impossible, since accessing information that should be easily available will be placed behind numerous hurdles. I joined the League so that I can represent and fight for young people who so desperately want to maintain our democracy and freedoms. As a student, but also as an American and a New Jerseyan, I want to be able to freely conduct research without concern of being denied basic records. I urge you to vote no on S2930. Young people are entrusting you to be good stewards of our democracy, and let us not be on the wrong side of history. And also, I do want to mention that, you know, we drove about an hour to get here, and I find it completely disrespectful that half of you haven't been looking at me when I've been speaking. I've been here all day. You can't do that. And it's extremely disrespectful. Just basic manners. Thank you.
Chair, committee, I'm not trying to score brownie points, but it has been an incredibly long day. And I want to thank you for your attention. As we all know, in the education environment, attention spans last very, well, we won't go there. Sure. I didn't want to say that, but that's something we know. My name is James Walters. I am a former crisis negotiator, emergency medical technician, adjunct professor of criminal justice, and a detective sergeant with Hamilton Township Police Department located in Mercer County, New Jersey. I was the first black sergeant to be promoted in the almost 100-year history of the police department, of which since I've left, I believe in a few months, they will have approximately 170 officers, 2 of which are black. There was a particular evening when I was working, and we were dispatched to a hospital for an individual who was in the throes of a mental health crisis. Being trained to de-escalate that situation, I made it my point to be the first person there. During the course of the de-escalation, an officer placed the person in the throes of a mental health crisis on the ground and used his knee to pin the patient's neck. This is a hospital patient. I told the officer to stop. He did not. I gave him a physical tap and told him to stop. He did not. I got on the ground. I looked at the hospital patient, gagging, bloody face, knee to the neck, and attempted to physically remove the knee from the patient's neck, and was met with resistance from the officer. At that point, my understanding was that the officer may have been actively engaged in the situation, so I made direct eye contact within 6 inches, and I said, I'm giving you an order. At that time, I am the supervisor. I am the sergeant on scene. I am the incident commander. Stop. This patient cannot breathe. The officer looked me in the eye and said, I got this, and continued to drive his knee into the patient's neck. At that point, probable cause was established to place the officer under arrest. The New Jersey Attorney General dictates that every officer in that situation has a duty to intervene. I intervened. It turned into a physical altercation. 2 armed police officers with .40 caliber handguns physically fighting. I removed the officer from the female and immediately knew, based on situations that had taken place in the past, that my career had probably ended at that point in time. I was told by a very high-ranking member of the department that I should not have intervened, that I should have allowed this process to continue. Internal Affairs conducted an investigation and sustained, essentially finding me guilty of interfering with an investigation. As a result of that, that information was placed into my file. Now, as I stated, I am an adjunct professor of criminal justice. I'm a police instructor. I have a lot of police officers who are friends. I believe in good police. I don't believe in bad police. And every one of the individuals out there that night knew exactly where I stood based on an incident that had occurred months prior. They knew exactly where I stood. The reason why I'm here before you today is because that information is in my internal affairs record. It is a sustained discipline. I was transferred and punished. Obviously, you are aware that the PTC now has regulations in place for the licensing of police officers and instructors, and they can go back into your internal affairs file. So for the record, so that my friends in the police sector don't say, James Walters came and tried to rat out someone. This is for my livelihood, for me, for my family. I did the right thing. I physically stopped an individual from causing what I believed would have been the death of a hospital patient. I've made attempts in speaking with the Hamilton Township Council. I've gone to the county, Mercer County, because they're overseeing, the chief of Mercer County is the Mercer County Prosecutor's Office. And I've simply said this: all I want is the dash cam body audio. That will clear me years or months from now when someone says, we have this in your record. What you did was wrong. We don't know exactly what it was, but you did something wrong. Now, I can tell you 100%, because it was my duty to ensure that the body, audio, and the dash cam was working. It was working on my vehicle, and it should have been working on every vehicle there. 100%, everything that I've told you, slide over a Bible, I'll swear to it right now, 100% it happened. And all I want is the video to prove it. In addition to that, there are reports. Now, I think NewJersey.com did a use of force report. You can correlate the date of my incident with their use of force report and actually identify the officers who were there that evening. That is the only source of hope that I have when and if someone says James Walters is a liar, because that will happen, it has happened. But there is a way to correlate that information, and without the press, without them being given the information, without them being given the opportunity to OPRA those records, I am finished. All that I've worked for, everything that I did, and I did the right thing, is done. In closing, I will simply say this. Most police departments are operating on accreditation. Through accreditation, they are really promoting the transparency and accountability aspect of what goes on. If you suppress transparency, you will also suppress accountability. And if that happens, you are fostering corruption. Simply put, I could go on and on, but in the interest of time, I'll simply ask you this. What do I do? Who do I go to? 100% it happened. I stopped this officer. I did what the Attorney General told me to do, and they jammed me up. It's in my file. I OPRA'd my file, no one else's, my file, and was denied. Now, I know the reason why I was denied, but I was denied. My question to you, and I close, is what am I to do at this point? And best believe, I'm not the first who's been through this, probably the first who's actually come to testify. Thank you for your time, but what do I do?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your story, your testimony. I mean, we We've heard some grievances from folks, clearly some custodians and clerks who made bad decisions. It appears there's a dispute here with your custodian records. Have you engaged counsel or?
What you're asking me to do is spend thousands of dollars, which I don't have. But I will say this.
There's a lot here with nodding your head and willing to help. I see some of that.
I appreciate that because there is a confession that the officer gave to Internal Affairs that I have a copy of the transcript.
Okay. Thank you.
What should I do with that? No disrespect, sir.
I
know I'm putting you under the...
I can't give you legal advice, sir.
I appreciate that.
I wouldn't want to give you legal advice.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Here, just name one. Is it Sherry Wolf? You representing Rutgers?
Yes.
Okay, come on up, sir. What's your name?
Dio Satoris.
Okay, you're representing that group. Margaret Tillis? Stacey Berger, representing Housing Community Development. CJ Griffin, representing the law firm of Pashman, Stern, Walder, and Hayden. I think I called Margaret Tillis. Frank Richard, free man of God. Frank? There. Frank Richard, free man of God, coming up. Okay. And Patricia Doherty. Patricia Doherty. Okay, thank you, Patricia, up here. Let's go. And Reed Salmson, Berkeley Heights. Here. Come on up, please. Dina Matola. I thought I saw Dina before. She was here earlier for the housing bill.
I'm still here.
Oh, Danny's still here. Good to see you. Okay. We'll start with Rutgers and we'll work the left. Thank you folks for your patience.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. My name is Diomedes Satoris. I'm the Executive Director of AAUP EHSNJ. I'm here also representing the Rutgers Adjunct Faculty Union and our colleagues at AAUP AFT on the Legacy Rutgers side. Together is about 9,000 faculty. We stand in united opposition to S2 2930. We stand in opposition because Rutgers, a state university of New Jersey, already suffers from a lack of accountability and transparency. At Rutgers, our unions not only use OPRA for collective bargaining and to derive information for things like pay equity or based on gender pay inequity, we also use it to hold Rutgers accountable to the public and students it serves. To illustrate just two examples that were uncovered by OPRA, they include millions of dollars for top administrators. This was reported. Rutgers handed out $5.5 million in incentive bonuses. That was in 2019, and then in 2022, Rutgers Medical School administrators got big bonuses during the pandemic as the university faced financial problems. And then, most recently, in the last year and a half, there was a huge story about the debt and subsidy Rutgers has to its athletics program, a $250 million debt. From NorthJersey.com, Rutgers had been reporting those loans as revenue, contrary to NCAA guidelines, artificially inflating the athletic department's earnings and concealing the true budget deficit from students, their parents, and taxpayers who pay the bills. None of these stories would have come to light in the proposed version of OPRA that we're working on today. And I want to emphasize that the only way we got documents for these stories, and journalists as well, is because we had to actually file a lawsuit to do that. And we didn't file a lawsuit after, like kind of a gotcha, 14 days have gone, let's go to court. We had we were asked 8 separate times for extensions. And we finally said, no, it's been 6 months to give us the documents. So when you say, oh, we're just going to reform fee shifting, or fee shifting isn't a big deal, it is a big deal, because even that is not enough to deter Rutgers, which is a chronic abuser. And if that wasn't enough, Rutgers has actually admitted on the record that it tries to avoid OPRA. Okay, in one piece of NJ.com, how Rutgers crashed the Big Ten, the untold story behind the Scarlet Knights' secret mission to join the richest and most powerful conference, Rutgers admitted that employees try to classify documents as drafts in order to evade OPRA. Here, S2930 would make this provision even worse, and thus enabling more Rutgers abuse. And according to the same story, it quoted that when a potential deal was struck, this was about them joining the Big Ten Conference, when a big potential deal was struck, the details of the league were kept a closely guarded secret, even keeping a lone copy of the agreement, one copy, so that it could not be subject to OPRA requests through the New Jersey Public Records Law. So they had only one contract with the Big Ten agreement, so they could say it's consultative and deliberative, so they don't have to produce it. So they're consciously evading, and this will only make it worse. So it's not just about municipalities, this law, it's about every one thing that we enjoy in terms of accountability and transparency. Plain and simple, we need a stronger OPRA, not a weaker one, so we continue to keep Rutgers in check and make it accountable to the public institution, to its workers, students, and communities it serves. Indeed, our members are also New Jersey residents, and they deserve a transparent, accountable government whenever they return home from work or school. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have these name, image, and likenesses floating around there across the country. Well, where's all that money coming from, right? A lot of these major universities, so. Stacy, good to see you back.
Thank you for having me back, Chairman. Thank you to everybody on the committee who stayed and listened to the huge number of people and organizations who are opposed to this legislation. I'm here in a couple of capacities. First and foremost, as the President and CEO of the Housing and Community Development Network of New Jersey, our members are opposed to this legislation because we rely very deeply on the ability for nonprofit community organizations to be able to access important information about land use decisions. Planning boards, zoning boards, emails that go back and forth about who's going to build what where are virtually, they're essential for community organizations, many of whom cannot afford to hire an attorney on their own and rely on the fee shifting opportunity as part that is currently part of the Open Public Records Act. So our member organizations, whom you all supported earlier today, and gave, in many ways, the ability to continue to build and create the homes that people need and revitalize the communities that people deserve, are going to be hampered in their efforts to do that by the action that I expect you're going to take this afternoon. So I would really urge you all to strongly consider how the changes that you're proposing in OPRA are going to impact all of the issues that come before this committee and the rest of the legislature. Because OPRA is housing as well as the environment, as well as healthcare, as well as clean water and clean energy. We can't do any of the things we need to do in our communities as nonprofit community organizations unless we have access to the very important public records that make it possible for us to do that work. So I can't urge you enough to vote against this bill, or at least table it and give people who are able to tell you what they're experiencing from the other side of the process to really hear them and to listen to that and to make the bill be better. And really, if you want to address the commercial issues, I think there are a lot of people in this room, and I'm surrounded by a lot of them right now, who could tell you how to do that without taking away the right of regular folks to access these records and community organizations to have information that helps them decide what to do and where to build the homes that people in their neighborhoods want and need. I just want to say that in my prior role at New Jersey Citizen Action, when I was the program director, I worked on drafting the Open Public Records Act with many of the legislators who have since retired, but some of them who are still here. 21 and a half years ago, I was pregnant and I walked through this building to a number of meetings to make sure that that bill got done what needed to get done. And it wasn't perfect. We knew it wasn't perfect. We knew it was going to need to be changed. None of the things that you're proposing today make this bill better. And it is unconscionable to me to think that I brought somebody into the world 21 years ago, and tomorrow, or whenever this bill passes the way that it's proposed, that child is going to have less rights to access the public records that belong to him and his entire generation, and all of the people of New Jersey than they had when we started. And that is really what this is about. This is a rollback of people's rights, and to call it anything less than that is really just inaccurate and insulting. And so I urge you to look at this legislation and really take a hard look at what you say you want to do versus what this bill actually does. And I think you've heard from so many people today about ways you can make this bill better, that you really ought to hold this bill, pull it now, do not even vote on it, and just come back to have a series of stakeholder conversations. It took us almost a year to draft this bill when we did it in 2001. To do it in a week is just unbelievable to me. It just does not comport with what I think people in this room want to do, or at least I want to believe that they want to do. So I respectfully suggest to all of you that you vote no, or at least hold it so that we can come to a better understanding of what open public records really means for people.
Give me a lot of loud.
Thank you. I'm CJ Griffin. I want to clarify first that I'm not speaking on behalf of my law firm. I am here in my own capacity. I do work at Pashman Stein. Through Pashman Stein, I represent a lot of, most of the media entities in this room I've represented before, all on a contingency basis, meaning I don't charge them when they need to fight for government records. I represented several of the other people in this room that have spoken today and told great stories. I litigated the case that made NJSPA subject to OPRA. The case that exposed the animal abuse at Helmetta Shelter. So many cases over and over again, and a lot of behind-the-scenes wrangling to get public records because it's next to impossible. I suppose I should have started by saying Happy Sunshine Week, because that's what this week is, and it's a week when New Jersey should be making headlines for doing something that states like Florida or New York have, which is open access to police internal affairs records, which would help Mr. Waters, who spoke a few minutes ago, who couldn't get his own file because technically his file is exempt from OPRA, as is every other file. We've won court battles. You could codify that court battle that we won, Revere versus Union County Prosecutor's Office. That would make a custodian's job easier. There would be no common law balancing, and it would also enable people like me to be able to sue when those records are denied. But I didn't prepare a speech. I don't like to give speeches. I do have some notes. And so one thing that really stood out to me, someone said, pay attention to the alarms that are being rung here today. When the press is telling you this is dangerous, when the people who use OPRA are telling you this is dangerous, pay attention. I've spoken to before the clerks at their association, at their conventions before. I've given trainings. Custodians call and pick my brain. Agency attorneys respect me. I think I'm widely regarded as an expert. This bill is dangerous. And the comments here today make, I think a lot of us are very angry about the process, that the people in this room weren't involved in it. And the comments here today by some of you make me feel giving you the benefit of the doubt that some of you are just terribly misinformed or intentionally misled by the League and the other agency-side organizations that have been lobbying for these changes for a very long time. And so, Senator Sarlo, you talked about video footage and someone requesting, 2 days or 3 weeks or whatever video footage. Video footage like that is exempt. I know because the very first OPRA case I took, someone wanted a video of the parking lot of the mayor in the township of Bloomfield to show that he was double dipping 2 jobs at once. She wanted to show it. I said, sure, it's my first case ever. It went to the New Jersey Supreme Court and we lost. So you can't get video footage already. Only in limited circumstances, not under OPRA, but the common law. So this is an example of examples that are being given to you that are just not rooted in reality. So another one is that public agencies are sued over clerical errors, and then they have to pay legal fees. No, that's not true, because there's a case called Rico versus Haddon Heights that says that's not true. The security camera footage was Yellerian versus Township of Bloomfield, because I like to give receipts. There's also, a suggestion that that you could sue because it's on the website and they told you to get it there and you didn't give them a copy. No judge is going to find you in violation for doing that, and they're not going to give you fees. And guess what? Tom Cafferty, Walter Lors, and I are not going to take those cases because we're not going to win. And so that goes to another issue. There seems to be a misunderstanding about what fee shifting is. So what fee shifting is, it's in other statutes like the Law Against Discrimination, the Civil Rights Act. What it means is the average person, but also the media, because you noted that there's not very many media here today. They don't have budgets to chase for a public record, right? So it enables someone like me to get the request and the denial and say, you know what? This is a winnable case. Sure, I'll take it for you. I'm not going to charge you a dime. I'm even going to pay the $30 filing fee. And then I go to court, and if I win, and I almost always do, and frankly this bill really does read like a list of all the cases that they've lost. I mean, it does. It codifies all their losses into now wins. Even worse, some of those cases are pending in appeals and they make it retroactive. So even though they lost in the trial courts, now they can go to the appellate division and win automatically if this bill passes. But putting that aside, no one has money to pay. Most people don't have money for an emergency if their car breaks down. So they don't have the $300 filing fee, and they don't have money to hire an attorney. So attorneys like me vet the case carefully because we want to, we don't want to do our work for nothing. And if we win, we get paid. We get paid a reasonable fee, which means the court does, which means we usually settle it for much less than like our commercial rates would be. The incentive on a mandatory fee shift means as soon as I win the case, or as soon as I file the case, if it's a good case, the agency backs down and they pay me right away so that they don't have to like incur more expenses in the trial court. If we win, then they also just automatically pay because there's no question that they're going to have to pay, and so they settle it then too. It's very rare that there's ever a fight over attorney's fees, but this would mean there's a fight every time. So then you're paying the agency attorney more fees, and you're paying our side more fees when the court awards them. And finally, I want to go to this notion of commercial requests. My senator, Senator Burgess, is not here, unfortunately. But I looked at, she's from Irvington. I live in Newark, a couple blocks from Irvington. And I looked at the Irvington's OPRA log, and kudos to them for making it online. So in the past 5 years, they have had about 5,200 OPRA requests. And I look at them because I said, people are making this claim with never giving us specifics. And I noted 6 times that the words anecdotally was used during the testimony of the first 3 witnesses. And there's never any statistics, there's never any specifics. And so I looked at that log, and about 800 of them were police records, people wanting to know what the police were doing or getting their own arrest records. But just in the past, since January 1, 2023, it was like another 900 of them or so were coded to being to the zoning officer, the tax assessor, the buildings department. And when you look at what those are, and I know this because I just bought a home last year, and so I bought a home, and my real estate agent said, "Oh, we gotta get an OPRA." And then she explained to me what OPRA was, which I thought was cute. And so every time you buy a home, you, or more likely, your real estate agent or your attorney files an OPRA, because permits and code violations are not online, and I don't think that they're in all these data broker databases either. So you file an OPRA request. And so I did submit a position paper. I don't know if you've received it. Some of you have received it privately. I'm happy to send it along. But I estimate if you address commercial requests rather than this bill that contains so many things that are nothing related to commercial requests, but just the league's laundry list of secrecy that they want. If you instead funded some sort of database software for every public agency so that they could put things like codes, permits, violations in a database that you can search. New York City has this. That would reduce OPRA requests by at least half, if not like 60 to 70% for the average agency. So we have ideas. That's what all of us are saying. Listen to us. We have ideas. We can get this bill. It needs to be voted no, and we need to start fresh. But we do have ideas, and we can address the true problem, and I guarantee that we could cut custodians' work by more than half. And I'm willing to meet with you, and so is everyone in this room. So I'd ask all of you to vote no today. Thank you.
One quick question. So you mentioned common law, and could you just comment, so there are exceptions, and you alluded to them: email, telephone logs, calendars, metadata. Could you just quickly explain now, would these not already be considered disposable under common law as we know them? And so would we now have a conflict if this language stayed in place?
Well, so the way the common law works is even if a record is exempt, you might be able to get it pursuant to the common law right of access. That's what existed sort of before we had statutory rights to records. And so internal affairs records are a good example of that. The Supreme Court held that even though this body hasn't gotten around to making them public, like Florida, there's still such a strong interest in them, and that in certain categories you can get them. The problem with the common law is, it requires requesters or agencies to do balancing. There's 7 factors. or 12 if you are looking at certain categories of records. And they have to balance your interest against the agency's interest. And guess what? It's the agency doing the balancing, so they always err on the side of keeping it. Whereas OPRA expressly says you have to err on the side of giving it. And then the real problem with the common law is that there's not any fee shifting. And so someone comes to me and they strongly have an interest in the record. Say it's just, actually, a good example of this is the Bergen record. I sued for them. There were OPRA claims as well that allowed me to take the suit as a contingency because I knew I'd get some portion of the fees for the OPRA claims. There was a dispute that happened in public between the Garfield Board of Education and a member of the public. It was a verbal spat, carried over into the parking lot. The reporter requested the security camera footage and then other videos because they even denied the video in the public meeting. The judge carefully reviewed the video, ordered it to be given in a redacted form, and even then, I mean, the custodian wouldn't give it, and then they delayed that lawsuit and appealed, and then delayed that extension after extension until the election was over, and then they suddenly gave it up. So my point being, no one gives access to records under the common law without a fight, and no one can afford the fight. And another important point on this notion, because there's a lot of kind of accusations against lawyers like me, and I think I'm well respected by everyone, including the courts, but an agency attorney gets paid 100% of their bill, even when they lose, and even when they bring frivolous lawsuits or frivolous defenses. And I will tell you, in most of my cases, if I think there might be a dispute over fees, the client will request the attorney bills, and it's almost always that they billed significantly more time on the case than I did. So right now, I just sued for tap into Newark against the Newark Board of Education over a settlement agreement that they had with a developer. Settlement agreements are 100% subject to OPRA, but they fought the lawsuit. And their claim was that they had attorney-client privilege with their adversary that they settled with. The judge, of course, rejected that, and so now we will be settling fees. I billed 62 hours on that case. I had to draft a complaint and 3 briefs go to court. They billed 106 hours, and they drafted 1 brief that was much shorter than any of my briefs that went to court. So if there's abuses, I don't think it's on our side.
Thank you. And just I apologize. The law firm was listed on here, that's the other reason why we...
Someone signed me, so I apologize.
Yeah, I just want full transparency in order to make sure. Thank you. First panel could step away. Second panel behind, thank you.
Okay, I'll start. Hi, everyone. I'm Dina Tola-Jaworska, and I'm the Executive Director at New Jersey Citizen Action. And I do want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee, because this has truly been a very long day. I do not think I've ever been more thirsty than I am right now.
You're going to be a chance to be here.
New Jersey Citizen Action wants to join. Thank you so much. Oh, my God. The chorus, and really urging you to hold this bill today or vote no. It is really taking a sledgehammer to what I view as a problem, or maybe a few problems in the bill that could easily be fixed with a scalpel. And I don't know why that's happening, because this bill is just too important to our democracy to actually undermine as substantially as this bill would undermine it. Over the weekend, I was digesting the bill with many of my partners in the advocacy community and my union partners, and we generated a very large list of concerns, which we could offer you as amendments if there were time for you to look at that, to talk to us about that, and consider them. We would gladly pass them on to you, and we will send them to you probably tomorrow. But frankly, we consider this bill really a kill OPRA bill, and we hope that you will think twice about it. It is a disturbing combination of rollbacks to the law, and if you just take the 4 that are stuck in my mind right now, which includes the fee shifting, the right to sue a citizen by a government agency, the fact that you have to provide more specificity than you already have to provide, alone is just, I think there was one other one that I had, prohibiting, and then the prohibition of some public information. If you just take those 4 alone, you pretty much are undermining citizens' advocacy advocates and the media's ability to get the information that they need to get to shine light on government abuse of running programs badly and effectively, government abuse of resources, and a whole host of problems that advocacy groups like mine are here to address. So those issues really need to be fixed, and they'll be at the top of our memo when you get it. Also, the other thing that comes to mind since I've been down here doing this work for over 20 years is that I think we're at a moment where we know that we have more threats to democracy than ever, whether it be at the state level, the national level, even internationally. But even if you just look at New Jersey alone and the things that have changed, it's getting harder and harder to exercise democratic activity. And one example is we don't have an Office of Public Advocate anymore. Another example is we don't have, the media is lacking resources. We don't have enough media down here. When I was down here 20 years ago, yeah, I'm almost done. Everybody.
We're repeating a lot of the same stuff now.
Okay, but I'm just saying, no, I never said this before. The media is a lot smaller than it's ever been. So the ability to really get information out to the public and to do investigations is limited. So, in my view, we need a robust overhaul law because we need to be able to scrutinize and challenge decisions and actions of public officials, and we need to be able to evaluate public programs to make sure that the public money that we're investing in these programs are actually meeting the needs. And for that reason, I urge you to take the time to do this right and hold the bill today. Thank you.
Well, we heard all aspects of this, so if we can just now, please, I don't want to shut people off, and we can keep it to 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm here today to speak at this hearing, a hearing that I should not have had to attend, lest bills S2930 and A4045. The Open Public Records Act came to life some 20 years ago as a means to provide the public with access to government records maintained by public agencies in our state. I would like to talk about what the proposed Senate and House bills will do should they pass. We elect senators and assembly members to represent us, not to rule us. The government must operate transparently, and for that reason, the public needs access to records. If these bills were to pass as written, they would severely impact the public's ability to access any records. Many provisions in the bill represent an outright obstacle in obtaining records. The changes to fee shifting would destroy any chance of lawyers taking such cases for fear that they may not get paid, even if they win. This would leave ordinary citizens, middle-class and working-class families with no remedy against well-funded and powerful government agencies. The removal of call logs and metadata would make looking for information almost impossible. Increasing the number of requirements to file an OPRA request will make it more likely to be rejected. Giving custodians the ability to arbitrarily decide what constitutes harassing requests would make OPRA meaningless and stigmatize individuals who make multiple requests when contexts are seen. The bills would also contradict a Supreme Court ruling by denying requests to obtain complaints and summonses information from police departments, the only records related to crimes a requestor can obtain from police, thus forcing the public to obtain those records from the judiciary, which is not subject to OPRA. I would like to bring to your attention how local journalists and media, thanks to OPRA, not Winfrey, were able to expose the long-term assisted living facility scandal during the pandemic. What makes it even worse that these bills would make it retroactive. Finally, I would urge you all to recollect on the oath you took to serve us and protect the laws of the land, and not to work towards repealing laws created to help the citizens exercise their rights and duties. Please vote no on Bill S2930. Thank you.
Thank you.
How's everybody doing today? We all fired up? Are we fired up? Ready to vote no? I think so. How you guys doing? Committee Chairman Sarlo, committee members. It's a long day. We're all in this together for the common cause. But are you guys aware that S2930 is repugnant to at least one applicable constitution? Even if it did pass, it should be disregarded. And regarding to some things you guys said earlier, I would like to make the record known, I guess every other committee member except for Senator Snicker understands this completely, because no one has asked a question of any of the panelists aside from Chairman Sarlo and Senator Snicker. So, when you vote on this, you have no questions. There is a permanent record of that. 3 years, you said, Chairman Sarlo. It's been admitted you've worked with counties. You've admitted you worked it out with the press. Do you now admit you're working over the public and denying transparent access? If Abraham Lincoln were around today, I think he would advise you guys. It's better to vote no on S2930 and let America and the rest of the world think New Jersey politicians are corrupt, rather than vote yes and remove all doubt. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm going to stand up. Can you hear me on for the record?
You can sit down. We can't hear you.
We hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Please, let's...
Okay, so you can hear me loud and clear on the record. I look around. I see lots of fancy suits, but I am clothed in substance.
Sir, can we just talk and not offend anybody? You don't know, please, don't offend anybody personally.
You're offending me all day, Mr. Chairman. You offended me all day long. I listened. I listened.
I haven't offended you one bit.
No, you did. How can you tell me you haven't offended me? You're a judge here. You're acting as though you're a judge here. And it's already bad that New Jersey has executive judges. Now it's going to have legislative judges when it only should have judicial judges, according to checks and balances and many constitutions that are applicable. But I look around, I see lots of fancy suits, but I am clothed with substance, vested with proprietary rights enumerated in a private foreign grantor equitable trust. I am. I am here in special visitation. On and for the record, take notice. On and for the record, take notice. These words are lawful and have been carefully chosen. I may not fit the mold of what politically correct is. If I see wrong, it's my mission from God to correct it. Without rebuttal, you accept this. But if this bill passes, what's next is these public agencies are going to start wanting to change their sexes. And we, the people, will be asked to protect it, asked to waive our rights. If not, we're sexist. But Public Law 97-280 is worth mention. Public agencies cannot believe. They are abstract entities, from the mind of man conceived. They're not like man, like me, born free. No inalienable rights should exist for a public agency. No need to be shielded from harassment. How could an agency be harmed if it owes that record access to the public of which it serves? Modern American mainstream media has the roles reversed. A public agency cannot be heard by being requested to do its work.
If you could begin to wrap up, sir, I greatly appreciate it.
I'm going to take my time and articulate this as I prepare, and I've been here all day listening to you offend me, and I shall continue. A public agency cannot be heard by being requested to do its work, for which it exists. For it derives its power from state, and state derives its power from the family of heaven, us, over here, the people assembled. Consent of the creations of God is integral. You have it not, as I speak as occupant of the office of man, and Frank Richard, for and on the record, separate and several. Contact me at care of non-domestic Post Office Box 3166, Bayonne City, New Jersey State, the Union States of America, without the District of Columbia.
Sir, you're up to go now.
All right, so yeah, we'll have some questions for you as well. You said you worked with the Association of Counties for like 3 years together. You said you worked with the press at least since August 7, 2023. Did you give public notice so that we could work with you as well?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Is that a yes or a no? Is that affirmative or not?
Folks behind you were cheering for you earlier when you were...
So you got custodians making bad decisions, and now this proposed bill says, let's make the public pay for it. Let's put it on the public agency rather than the custodian that made the bad record. Right? There's no sense of ownership in our society. And therefore, how could we expect lawfulness and godliness? So why wasn't the public invited when the press were invited and you also invited other agencies? The public should deserve a spot because the public is who's being denied here. And Chairman Sarlos walked away from the seat to consult with Senator Stenhart and Senator Amato. Now you're back at the mic. Do you have any responses or questions for me? Senator Sarlo, Chairman.
Yeah, gentlemen, the gentleman next to you, if you could, you're done, sir, you can move away. Thank you.
Why not? He can stay here if he'd like. Stay here.
I think he's...
Okay, so do you have any questions for me?
We have no questions.
You have no questions, so I'll continue then. How could you pass a bill?
Please, let's not turn it, everybody's been respectful today. Let's not turn it, unless you're signing.
How could you pass a bill that is repugnant to the Constitution, that is an ex post facto law? It's a bill of attainder. It is repugnant to at least one applicable constitution, if not all 3 New Jersey state constitutions, the Constitution for the United States of America, the United States Constitution, the Confederacy, which came before it, the Magna Carta. Like, how far are we going to go with this? And thank you for accepting my notice that I've given here, duly put on the record here in front of the Senate Committee for Budget Appropriations. And please vote no for 2930 at very minimum. This bill should be tabled, but as I said, it is repugnant to the Constitution. And now you have been made aware. Are you all aware that I am claiming that it is a repugnant to the Constitution because it in fact is? I yield to another man or woman, but I yield to no abstract entity.
Thank you, sir.
Start.
A little quiet.
Okay, anybody else wishing to be heard here? Okay. Scott?
There are definitely other slips. So.
Scott from Orange? Scott, come on up. Dave Brindle?
Over here.
Nancy Burke.
First one. You got the second.
Scott? Ma'am?
You here?
Who are you with?
Regina DeSenza, South.
I didn't call you, but okay.
Oh, well, I've been waiting since this morning. I was upstairs in the assembly. Then CBS News called me outside for an interview. I want to be heard, Senator.
Okay.
And I have emailed your office and I get 0.
Okay, ma'am.
And I also sent up 2 slips of paper.
Okay. I said, folks, I didn't call everybody up. Did not call everybody up. Come on, let's see who's...
Well, when you're saying, does anybody else want to speak? What do you think is going to happen?
3 minutes, folks. Thank you.
2 seconds.
She's gonna, Nancy's replacing me.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Nancy, then.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Hedinger, and I am the chair of the Government Committee for the League of Women Voters of New Jersey. We have 2 local league members here who wish to testify as well. They've written their own testimony discussing issues pertinent to their own communities, and I'm representing the state, so I hope you'll give them an opportunity to speak as well. I'm the legal voter. I'm here to ask you to table this bill or vote no. Democracy requires that government bodies protect the citizens' rights to know by affording adequate notice of proposed actions, holding open meetings, making public records accessible, and not frustrating public comment and input on proposed changes, as we see here with contemporaneous short notice hearings in both the Senate and the Assembly. I'm going to try and skip things, but transparency, government, the Open Public Records Acts are critical to the health of our democracy. Comprehensive bills to update and address issues in the current OPRA law have been introduced every year since 2012 and 2013 legislative session. We've been involved in those, and we know that they've happened every single year. The aim has been to update the law, but always with the goal of increasing transparency. S 2930 is not an update, but rather a gutting. We talked about emails. We've heard a lot about emails and the specificity being required. We feel that it invites denials of requests for emails, because one's request has to be so specific. They're going to require more research, and the custodians will deny them because the bill also says they aren't responsible for doing the research. If that makes any sense to you. Regarding the fee shifting, we agree and feel strongly that the fee shifting proposals will certainly decrease compliance rates and encourage abuse, and that individuals seeking accountability will not be positioned financially to challenge inappropriate record denials, and you've heard that several times. One stated intent of the bill is to address commercial requests and government agency costs of fulfilling these requests. The solution proposed is to make it legal to, quote, sell data obtained through a records request, end quote. Weighing value of aggregated records sold by a commercial company versus individual OPRA requests.
It would be a lot more effective if you just don't read.
Okay, well, all right.
Reading at this point in time is not helpful.
Okay, just don't want to miss anything, and I've got marks all over here. All right, I'll just go, anyway, so, let's see. In the past, previous versions of OPRA recommended imposing, when people met to discuss potential amendments to OPRA, it was suggested that maybe you could impose a special service charge on those commercial companies instead of changing the entire law for everyone. Another concern we have is the reasonable expectation of privacy clause provision. There's a vague and subjective harassment or unwanted solicitation loophole. And that loophole has no guidance on how a custodian should make that decision. And what constitutes harassment? It's not in the legislation. So, and then we feel it's going to lead to more redactions and record denials, but then the bill also allows an agency to take a requester to court who sought records for the purpose, in their opinion, to harass the public agency. So again, there's no definition of what harassment is. We're leaving it up to the custodian, and I think it's a bad idea. So and then we have issues with the police task force that people have mentioned. We agree that there are a number of positive proposals in the bill on a whole, but the proposed legislation will take us backwards, not forwards, and we urge you to table this legislation and meet with all the interested stakeholders before reintroducing it in another form. Thank you.
Regina DeSenza, Forked River, Senator Armato's territory. I've been waiting all day. Senator Sarlo, I'm an avid user of OPRA. I was very happy to see the comptroller here because I am one of the people that gave the comptroller's office a case. I sought to investigate a $19.8 million solar project by the Lacey Township School District that was overspent by $8 million. The school district could not provide me with the proper records to audit the project. When I saw irregularities, I contacted the comptroller's office. That report will be 10 years old this week. I value OPRA just the way it is. I'm here to ask you to kill the bill, just like I told them upstairs in the assembly chamber this morning. My township clerk recently held private session minutes off the website, the township website, for over a year, and they got all upset when people were asking for those minutes on OPRA. If people would just put up their public records on a website, we wouldn't even have to ask for them. This bill does not need to be rushed. No one's going to die over it. Kill the bill. Thank you.
So I might be a couple seconds over 3 minutes, but I'll stick to the mind and prepare students. So my name is Scott Gorich. Who am I? Why am I here? I am registered unaffiliated. I have voted for people on all sides of the aisle, including independents, so I'm nonpartisan. I am not running for any office. I'm not going to use this in any sort of campaign video. I'm not backed by anybody, nor do I represent any groups of any kind. I'm a private citizen in Woodbridge, New Jersey, originally from Jersey City, New Jersey. I thought it was ironic that Steve Fulop was here. It's a side note, but he was one of the most anti-OPRA mayors in recorded history. Story for another time. I am here as a citizen who frequently uses OPRA. I work in mergers and acquisitions, so I work in finance, and I use financial analysis to analyze. I've seen firsthand during my time in Jersey City the damage that pilots can do when used and abused inappropriately in townships, and it creates a systemic burden for taxpayers when it comes to the school portion of their bill. Because of OPRA, I'm able to get all the detailed financial reports and run a detailed financial analysis now in Woodbridge, New Jersey, where they seem to be addicted to pilots as well. Side note, now that you all know me, I will be emailing every member of this body. We are going to talk about pilots. I'm not, and by the way, my analysis, if you watch the videos from Woodbridge, I'm not anti-pilot, I'm not anti-development, but I proved unequivocally on specific instances that 15 years instead of 30 years, which they give blanket passes of 30 years pilots, is the way for specific ones that I proved. This would not be possible without having access to these records through OPRA. When I first started asking for the records, they just gave them to me until I did the analysis and challenged them. Then they forced me to go through the OPRA process because I was challenging them with numbers, not opinions. In a state that is rife with numbers of corruption cases and a reputation that it has, corruption does not always come in the form of gold bars or muscling your way into a Senate primary candidacy. It's when bodies like this act against the public interest. It's very telling and borderline coordinated that both bodies were doing this at the same time. Let's get something straight. The people in this room own the data. My receipt, when I go to ADP and I see that line with that really high tax rate called New Jersey State Tax, that's my receipt. How dare anybody, any body, legislative body, purport to keep from me that which I own? The fatal move as an independent, what I have observed, and Democrats do this slightly more than Republicans, at the federal level, at the state level, is we overcorrect. You see it when it comes to the filibuster. When they're in charge, we can't get anything done, abolish the filibuster. When the other side's in charge, we need the filibuster, we must stop them. Same thing with this. One day, I know this is largely a blue state, one day a Republican might be governor again. You think of it from a self-preservation standpoint. They're going to do things you don't like, and you have clipped the wings of the very tools to use to fight that. It's telling that your acting state controller, the guy whose literal job it is to tell the government when it's being too sketchy, was not consulted on this bill and ardently against it. Unless your name is Bob Menendez, Steve Fulop, something with Murphy in it, you should never be in favor of less transparency, and that's what this is. Let's go back to the reputation quickly. I want to clue the body in on something.
Listen, I have a lot of latitude. It's late in the day. We don't need to accuse people.
I'll be very quick.
All right?
I'm almost wrapping up.
You said you weren't going to be political. You're the most political I've heard all day. So let's
Refute it.
That's right.
Refute
You're
it.
very political, and I'm not accepting.
Okay.
Okay?
When comedians...
Why you don't like the bill? How do we make the bill better?
Why don't I like the bill? Because as currently, when I prove with numbers, not opinion, that my policy, my suggestions on pilot tax policy, and my council votes 9-0 in favor of a 30-year tax policy, my next step is to start looking at communications between developers, the council, and the mayor, which is going to only get harder under this bill. If you think that the subjectivity and open-ended verbiage in a lot of these about harassment, etc., if you don't think that people in my council and other council members won't use that to deny me what I'm rightfully owed,
Is this your first day here? Loopholes and ways around things? That is the norm in this state. Please do me a solid here. Don't just kill this bill, light it on fire, throw it in a dumpster, and never speak of it again. This bill can't be amended to be fixed. It must be started over. I'll wrap up with this final statement. I'll wrap up. And make it real simple. Does the bill make it easier for me to get access to the records I need? If no, bad bill. If yes, fantastic bill. That's it. It's really simple. This is the bad bill. Despite my contempt for this bill, I appreciate the ability to speak here. I will follow up with Les Dramatics to talk about pilots because it's very important. I appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Sir, what's your name, sir?
Yeah, hi, my name is Rick Bai, and I'm here testifying on behalf of the League of Women Voters of the Morristown area. I'm also chair of the Municipal Planning Board and a member of one of the advisory committees, although I'm not representing them in my comments here today. They do help, that experience does help inform me of my understanding of OPRA and its application. The League believes that certain provisions of the bill make common sense and are reasonable changes to existing law. For example, I certainly support the provisions in the bill that encourage public agencies to put more records online and to provide assistance to requesters in finding those records, as well as other provisions that would help the public agencies in dealing with OPRA requests, like, for example, like providing guidelines and training to the records custodians. Good things. While we agree that there are some positive things, there are all too many provisions that are wholly unreasonable and without basis make it difficult or not impossible for New Jersey residents and journalists to access government records. In particular, the League opposes the legislation's overly burdensome process required for requesting records of communications. Indeed, if carefully scrutinized, it's clear that the bill's provision concerning requests for communications records will make it possible for virtually every request to be denied. Practically speaking, the provision that relates to requests for mail, email, text, correspondence, and social media requires that requests be made in a manner that in itself subjects them to denial. The proposed bill requires that a request for records identify specific accounts or people, a specific time period, and a specific subject matter. Now, in nearly every instance that I can imagine, responding to such requests would require that existing records be researched and culled and probably new records created in order to produce only the specifically requested responsive communications. But then the bill states that if such research needs to be done or new records created, the bill can, or the request can be denied outright. It strikes me that this is just tantamount to a possible broad exception of just nearly any record request by the public, and it's not acceptable. Another provision, as many have talked about the proposed bill, is that the League vehemently opposes the change in the mandatory awards of attorney fees to litigants who are successful. Many mentioned it's another barrier for people to bring. So the bill increases the number of the possibility of denials and then makes it more difficult for anybody to object to those denials. The League believes that any amendments that would do OPRA should make the government records more accessible. Unfortunately, in its current form, S2930, it does the opposite. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Flynn from NJA, neutral on the bill, looking for some, for the record, Mike Flynn, NJA, neutral on the bill, looking for some amendments. Ma'am?
Yes.
What's your name, please?
I'm Sharon Steinhorn, and I want to say good evening at this point, and I have to say you all look as tired as I am right now. I'm going to skip my comments about how undemocratic this hearing was called in such short notice. I'll skip that because you've heard that 100 times. I'm the co-president of the League of Women Voters of Monmouth County, and we represent over 300 Monmouth and Ocean County members in legislative districts 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 30. And I'm glad my senator walked back in the room, but now I've just lost him to hear this. I'm District 30. The text that we're concerned with is that we're really uncertain whether we will be able to get candidate email addresses and phone numbers. Right now, our league we rely on this information to invite candidates to participate in our nonpartisan public forums, and also to upload their responses to our Vote 411 online voter guide. So we really are unsure about that simple access that we need to do our democratic work. We do this work to provide information that empowers public participation in our government, which is a democratic value, small d, of course, that we call on this committee to share by voting no on this legislation. We are also concerned about provisions that could lead to our members being unjustly and inaccurately accused of harassment when we submit multiple OPRA requests. Our members depend on OPRA to access details underlying local decisions that affect our daily lives. And finding the right information often does require multiple OPRA requests. And so we wonder if our members will be labeled nuisances and lose their OPRA rights. Will they find that responses are delayed so long that the information is no longer useful? And because I know that we all want to go home and it's a long way, I'm glad that we're on daylight saving time, so I won't be driving home into Marlboro in the dark. So there are too many unanswered questions and major issues in this bill. It's a bad bill. Please vote no.
Okay, I'm not sure if these folks are still here. Karen Sicoli?
Yes.
Come on up, Karen. Avinash Melko? Come on up. Calandria Ortiz-Vicente? Come on up. Helen Guevara? Helen? Okay. Mike Davis? Come on up. Anthony Miles? Come on up. Joe Johnson? Joe Johnson? Come on up. Prince Jonathan Dr. Cloyd. Prince Jonathan Dr. Is it Dr.? Yeah, no, D. Cloyd. Okay, that is the last panel. 3 minutes, folks. There's not much else. Don't have 3 minutes, folks. There's not much else. Don't have your name slipped, sir.
Hi, I'm Karin Sicoli, and I never thought I could do intermittent fasting, but I guess I can. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Karin Sicoli, and I drove up from Berkeley Heights before my kids even were at school this morning. This was important.
I'm not a member of a watchdog group. I'm not a journalist. I'm not a lawyer or a community activist. I'm just a regular mom of 3 boys. And like I said, I left them this morning before they left for school. But it's important for you to hear from me, a mom, a constituent. The Open Public Records Act historically gives citizens like me a right to access government records and helps us, citizens and voters, to understand how decisions are made and helps the public pursue truth. And I've enjoyed hearing from previous speakers about exactly the truth that we're seeking and why we want to kill this bill. I'm speaking to you as a parent who wants to keep access to information and to hold my public school district accountable. It's relatively hard to get information from our school district. I don't know why, but it is true and it's frustrating. OPRA is a tool parents like me can use. Information should not belong exclusively to the privileged few. It should not become harder to find. Where is the equity we hear of? Where is the inclusivity we hear of? Where is the transparency and accountability we hear of when the privileged few keep the taxpayers' access to information a secret or harder to find? Which stakeholders are a priority? Who will this be protecting as the bill attempts to close the door of information and make it heavier for citizens like me to open? It makes it harder for citizens to participate in the process, and that's a real concern, and it should be a concern for you as well.
Please do not guard those who seek to shut the public out of conversations and decisions that impacts them. Convince us how this bill, 2930, will promote checks and balances if information is purposefully allowed to be hidden. Corruption enjoys secrecy. Truth does not make that same demand. Taxpayers should have every opportunity to hold those in power accountable. That's the American way. This new bill will allow the privileged few in power to further hide behind a veil of secrecy. Our goal should be to ensure citizens are informed and have access to information that belongs to them. This is vital to the functioning of a democratic society. Democracy demands checks and balances, light and truth. Please do not allow darkness to take over. We reject Bill 2930. Please vote no. Thank you.
Please step away from the next. Once you're done testifying, folks, you can stay here all night. You can head home.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Sarlo, all of you for staying here in this long day. My name is Calandria Ortiz Resende, and I am the policy manager at the New Jersey Coalition to End Domestic Violence. The New Jersey Coalition to End Domestic Violence is a statewide organization with a membership of 34 domestic violence and culturally specific organization that work in all our state 21 counties. We extend our gratitude to the legislature for recently making possible that domestic violence survivors have access to the police records. Your recognition to the importance of such records empowers survivors by helping to facilitate their access to vital information. However, today we strongly oppose S2930. A society where all are free from oppression, injustice, and violence is our vision at the coalition. This only is possible when there is transparency and accountability for all the systems that survivors and community engage with, such as police, social services, housing, immigration, just to name a few. Without access to information, we cannot hold system accountable and ensure access to critical information and services that survivors need. Today, we ask you to continue safeguarding survivors and their community by upholding the principles of OPRA. In fact, we should strive to enhance accessibility of OPRA for all New Jerseyans and foster greater trust in our state government. This trust is fundamental to moving forward towards our state progress and prosperity. Thank you for the opportunity.
John, you never come on.
Thank you, sir.
You know what?
Is it on?
Nice to move over to the other.
Over to go. Kathy, you said you're in a cleanup spot. You're around the school.
Thank you.
You're going to lay on the plane.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Zarlo. I'm Avinash Mokote. I'm here to speak in opposition to S2930. I just thought I'd give you two examples of how I've used OPRA and how I would not be able to do that if this bill were to go into effect. One example, I had the misfortune of being bitten by a dog in Hoboken when I was walking by. And I know you want to restrict access to dog licenses. But it's a big story, but to keep it brief, I was able to obtain information about that dog license after that happened, thanks to OPRA. And I also obtained body camera footage of the woman lying to police that the dog did not live with her anymore while I was taken to the hospital. In fact, I have scarring on my arm from that incident when I got bitten by the dog. And she told them that she gave the dog away to somebody in North Bergen. Again, I contacted the Department of Health in North Bergen. They said, we have no record of an Australian Shepherd by this name ever being licensed in North Bergen. But they went to investigate. And I also obtained another document from the Department of Health that proved that this dog had bitten somebody else in the lip that sent that person to the hospital. And when I went to court to testify as a victim, I had all these documents ready, and that's why she was ultimately found guilty of violating the ordinance for letting the dog off the leash and fined the maximum of $1,000. When I contacted Hoboken about the dog license information, they estimated that about half the dogs in Hoboken are not even licensed. So instead of restricting access...
Shame on the Hoboken government for not licensing the dogs. Shame on them.
No, I know other people who also have dogs that have not gotten dog licenses for them, so I'm not trying to single out any particular town, but if you're trying to restrict access to dog licenses, what about all the people who keep dogs without a license? And I can think of commercial uses for that information that could be beneficial. What if an insurance company wants information about how many people own dogs so they can assess fire risk? What if somebody's running an illegal breeding operation? What if they want to make sure that the dogs are up to date on their rabies shots? I think that's valuable information that could be revealed if dog license information was open to the public, and this would be closed off. So I'm asking you to reconsider that. Another provision was regarding emails. As a resident of Dumont, I'm trying to convince my town council to pursue a quiet zone designation along the Riverline trade tracks, and I obtained documentation from Hillsborough, a town that has successfully implemented a quiet zone. And I also obtained emails between the engineers and CSX. Under the provisions of this bill, I might have to know who they emailed at CSX or who the engineers were, which I didn't know at the time. But because I made a request for emails, I was still able to get it. So I don't think I would have been able to have all that information, plus the engineering studies, if this were to be in effect. So these are just two of many examples of how people have benefited greatly from OPRA, and I'm asking you to reconsider and vote no on this. Thank you.
Back row, left.
You have me?
Go here. Going back for a few months for a test.
Yeah, I watched enough of these homeowner nations microphone work first. Mike Davis, I'm a reporter with the Asbury Park Press, but I'm here as a member and acting unit chair of the APP MCJ Guild. We represent the reporters, the photographers, the producers, the planners, the news assistants at the Asbury Park Press, the Home News Tribune, the Courier News, part of the News Guild of New York and CWA. I realize it's late. We're all going to get stuck in traffic on 195 anyway at this point. But I have cut down the Google Doc. I have about 3/4 away. So very quickly, a woman before from Freehold spoke about how you no longer see local press at the town meetings, things like that. It's very rare I get to speak into a government record, so I would just like to say I wish those concerns were heard by the folks in charge of the company I work for, Gannett, who have just slashed our newsrooms down to the bone. It's truly, truly a disgrace, and part of the reason OPRA is so important. There's been a lot of talk today about some pretty horrific stuff, and I understand a lot of the concerns, but I think we are forgetting the reason that OPRA exists in the first place. So just a couple examples from our members. OPRA requests from my colleagues revealed that Monmouth County commissioners are giving themselves a 28% raise, and they didn't take a single public vote. OPRA requests show that the Lakewood School Board, which has taken on $150 million in loans from the state, thought it made sense to pay their lawyer, one guy, $5 million over the last couple of years. I am sure you are all aware about New Jersey Transit, and 15% fare hike is coming. The Bergen Record, OPRA request revealed that New Jersey Transit officials were already talking about moving their headquarters to Gateway, the most expensive option possible, a full year before an RFP was issued. Those are just a handful of news stories, but it's not just a bill about news organizations, it's a bill about the public's access to public records. So, one teeny tiny example. I live in a small borough in Senator Digan's district, who I don't think is here anymore. I have a resident parking permit and a municipal lot. My fees went up 63% in the span of a year. I think that it is my right to request every invoice with every contractor, every payroll record, every email from every commissioner to try to figure out why that's happening. And it's not because it's a news story, it's because I am just trying to make ends meet. You know, I don't know why an independent parking authority is charging me this much more money when I make so little I could get low-income housing. But how this would work is even if I woke up in the middle of the night
because the information came to me in a dream and I knew who sent what email at what time about what subject. And then I filled out the very specific form that's required by this bill, and I waited what's going to probably be 14 days because just like everything's under Daniel's law now. And then I was willing to accept a scanned copy of a PDF of an Excel spreadsheet when I really just wanted the Excel spreadsheet in the first place. And then I wait for a 21-day extension. And then I was still denied, so I appealed the decision to the Government Records Council or the courts, and they said that I was right, that I could access these public records, and the whole thing was a big waste of time. Even after all that, I might still have to pay out of pocket for my legal bills. And I'm just using those legal bills to right the mistakes made by public officials, and I'm already paying with my tax dollars. In real life, I'm in a privileged position because of the job I have, but if I was a regular old taxpayer, there's no reason I would ever bother, let anyone bother to become a better, more well-informed citizen when you're just going to be punished for your efforts. But you guys are faced with a problem that you keep talking about, that there is this constant stream of commercial requests, but the solution is not to cut off information, which is what this bill does. It is like buying a whole new car when you just got a flat tire. The solution is and always has been more and more transparency. I think you're onto something with encouraging these departments to get the records online. Listen to CJ Griffin. She knows more about OPRA than anybody that's been in this room all day. Just listen to her. The technology's there. The state already does it. It would make so many of those OPRA requests completely avoidable. Just to wrap up, I know at some point all of you have at some point asked for somebody to be transparent or more transparent. It might have been a political opponent or somebody from the executive branch, or you might have called somebody to testify before you because you probably read a news article that cited an OPRA request. But we call for transparency not just as a policy, but as practice. Transparency is something we have to try and live up to, and it takes a lot of work. But I think that work is good, so why not take up that work? So if you care about transparency, about public trust, about your constituents making better, more well-informed decisions, please vote this bill down, please hold it, please do whatever you have to do. I'm glad that we're going to be talking about making amendments. This bill sorely needs them. Our mission in journalism is to help people make better informed decisions. I hope you guys take that mission pretty seriously too. That's all. I talked too fast. That's all I got.
Yeah, I think I have as much energy as my phone battery right about now, just to be honest. Thank you so much, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Antoinette Miles. I'm the State Director for New Jersey Working Families. And I won't exhaust any more limited time that we have here today going through the drawbacks of the bill, but what I'll simply say is that given the dozens of people that have stepped up here today and the over 100 organizations that signed a letter against this bill, a letter that we did send to your office this morning, Chairman, as well as the Senate President and the Speaker as well. Given the outcry of the public against this bill, I firmly believe that it would be unconscionable to even vote on this bill and push this forward at this point in time. And I just want to emphasize that I think that the public will really see this for what this is if this bill is to go through. As many have pointed out, we are at a point in time where corruption and government malfeasance is being focused on in New Jersey in many, many ways. And so I think that the public will really severely be repulsed by this. And I think as public servants, you should really consider the impact of that. And speaking to the impact, I do want to give the example that the pro-democracy movement in Camden, New Jersey, a movement in which Working Families and many partners here have been a part of for many years, when that movement was moving to expose the hundreds of millions of dollars in tax subsidies and the corruption around those tax giveaways, OPRA was a critical tool for many members of the public and activists to be able to get information related to EDA applications that were being placed by companies who were fleecing our taxpayer dollars. There has been a lot of focus and discussion here on the impact to taxpayers and the cost to taxpayers, but let us consider the cost
of when the public cannot look into waste, fraud, and abuse and government misconduct when it is committed. And so I do urge you to remember that last session, the Elections Transparency Act was similarly pushed through and ran through by this body and is currently being looked at as a form of taking a step back in the way of transparency in New Jersey. And so this will be a 1-2 punch in the eye of the taxpayers. So I'm urging you to listen to the advocates who have spoken here today. Do not push this bill through. And please, as you consider amendments, do not draft amendments in the back room that this same bill came out of. Bring stakeholders to the table to discuss this in good faith and in earnest so that we can collaboratively work on a bill that will make OPRA stronger and that will make government more transparent. This bill should not advance, and the public deserves better, period. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joe Johnson. I am the Policy Counsel with the ACLU of New Jersey. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. I'll try to be brief. For the record, the ACLU of New Jersey did have the opportunity to meet with Senator Sarlo's staff on one or two occasions over the last 6 months. I think that the content of the bill really gives us the idea that our concerns were not really considered in these conversations. I really would also just like to kind of echo some of the things that were said by CJ Griffin, by our friends at the Latino Action Network, by our friends in the press. We really had a room full of experts today on OPRA. And I think one thing that is clear is that many of the lawmakers here were provided a better education today on OPRA than they have been in the conversations leading up to this bill being dropped and the bill being drafted. So the ACLU of New Jersey urges this committee to hold the bill and not vote it through today. This bill stands in stark contrast to everything that Sunshine Week, strong democracies, and the Open Public Records Act represent. Both the contents of this bill and the process by which it is happening indicate that the legislature is willing to decimate these core democratic features that keep government and government actors accountable. So on some specific concerns, and we won't be able to get into all of them out of interest of brevity, the first concern is around fee shifting, and there's been a lot of conversation around that. As the law currently stands, right, pro bono attorneys are taking these cases with the understanding that if I win, I'll get paid. If I lose, I will not get paid. That's the general law. The way that this bill would have it be is that now attorneys would have to take the case with the understanding that if I lose, I don't get paid. If I win, I still might not get paid. That system doesn't make any sense, and it sets it up that it will all but guarantee that no attorneys will represent requesters that have had their requests wrongfully denied. We also have serious concerns about the removal of the accessibility of email logs and call logs as accessible government records. Access to these logs is incredibly useful to the general public and was reaffirmed by the New Jersey Supreme Court just a few years back. These logs are incredibly simple to create and are a very low effort lift for records custodians, so there really is no reason to remove this access. Along with the removal of access to logs, this bill also greatly increases the amount of specific information that a requester must provide in order for the request to be deemed valid. Public records requests are already denied far too frequently, and creating a higher bar of information required while simultaneously removing access to the logs that may allow the requester to gain more specific information is a terrible policy decision that seems set up to solely decrease transparency. Furthermore, the ACLU of New Jersey is incredibly disappointed to see that the legislature is not willing to provide more access to police disciplinary records. There was incredibly compelling testimony earlier by the former officer who was not even able to access his own records to vindicate his name. This bill would create a task force. As we know, here in New Jersey, task force are the place where ideas go to die. We do not need a new task force. We simply just need access to police disciplinary records so we can get up to speed with at least more than half of the other states in the country. This has been a decades-long fight for transparency, and it deserves substantial action rather than political theater. It is very hard to accept this bill as OPRA reform when really all it does is limit access while not increasing access in any other meaningful way. Overall, working on it. Overall, the ACLU of New Jersey disappointed both by the content of this bill and the process by which it is moving. It is undemocratic and a slap in the face to New Jerseyans across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, for allowing me to speak and the committee. Thank you. This might be coming as a surprise, but what I'm going to start out with is I agree with all the constituents that were talking today on all the issues, but they didn't cover all the issues of the bill. So I would first like to make a request to strike out in this bill, to strike out, delete all the issues that were brought up in opposition of the bill. What I do agree about the bill is the privacy sector, personal identifiable information. Not too many people talked about that, but this is a good part of the bill. The good part of the bill is that, as you know, is Daniel's Law, a judge got murdered because name and address were used. Well, this is very similar in this bill. You would be now giving that same protection under Daniel's laws to the rest of the residents in Jersey. Their lives, unlike, fortunately, Daniel's, are just as important. And to have a bill protect judges, just that click of, I think there's like 3 things, right? The Daniel's bill, it protects certain covered entities, but not the public. So I'm asking if you could please strike out all of the constituents today, all their concerns from the bill, which would pretty much leave the rest as personal identifiable information. We need to protect our families. We see a load of personal identifiable information on the internet in the last 3 years of children. The clerks, it's like hit or miss. You know, they're not doing their job. They need something easy to say, all personal identifiers. So with that, I urge you to please vote in favor of the bill with the addendum of striking out everything that was discussed here. Only leaving the protection of citizens with their personal information. We all have something to benefit, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and that's pretty much where I'll leave it.
Thank you for your patience and being the last one and your honesty on where you stand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It means a lot. Okay. I think we have conducted a very fair hearing today. We've given everybody a lot of latitude to conclude our hearing. And I think it's been a very, very democratic process. A lot of information has been gathered. I know senior staff in both the Assembly and Senate are looking at potential amendments. We'll continue to work towards that. I know the Assembly Appropriations Committee is again meeting on Thursday, I believe, where they will take up the bill again and consider the 3rd hearing for additional amendments. And we'll see where it goes from there. So at this point in time, the Assembly will be taking the bill up on Thursday for a 3rd hearing on this to consider additional amendments. I appreciate everybody's concerns. I think we've had a very fair democratic hearing here today. I know many members who will support the bill are supporting it based upon seeing what the final product is and would like that to have their ability to see what the final product is, the final amendments, and that's very fair as well. Okay? Move the bill. Move it. Second. Roll call.
This is a vote on the motion to release S2930 with committee amendments. Senator Amato has left the vote in the affirmative. Senator Steinhardt.
Chairman, I'll keep this relatively brief. I want to pick up on a word that Kevin Walsh uses regarding 2 words, unintended consequences. I, for one, don't believe for a second Senator Silo is actually the chief sponsor of the bill, is looking to be less transparent, not at all. In fact, I think he's looking to try to balance recognition of the fact that it was a good concept that, once implemented, demonstrated that it needed an overhaul. That was 7 years ago. Long before my time, as I understand, this OPRA bill was adopted 23 years ago, and this would be its first major review. So, I have come at this from a bunch of different perspectives. I've been a mayor for 15 years. I am a county council, so I've seen it from that side. I've been a lawyer for 30 years. I've requested lots of documents myself, both as an attorney and as a citizen, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. But one thing that time has proven over and over again is that it tends to expose strengths and exploit weaknesses. OPRA has been in place for, like I said, a little over 2 decades. What we've heard today is a bunch of both strengths and weaknesses. And what I've heard again from both the chairman today and the folks that testified is an effort to identify some of those strengths and weaknesses in an attempt to balance them. Look, some of these things are real. Using OPRA to prey on young women is a real thing. I've read the articles in ABC 7 about YouTubers opering records from police cameras and then posting that information online of women, many of them underage, in the course of being detained, and then only agreeing to take the information down if those women are willing to pay the YouTuber to take the images off the internet. That's real. The need to make it easier for the government to respond to OPRA requests and to balance that with the need not to make it harder for the public to get records is also real. The need to be less burdensome and expensive on both the requesters and the responders is absolutely real. But it's also clear to me that this is a work in progress. And when you're not sure, you have to follow your heart. My heart tells me that we're not there yet, so I'm no.
Senator Testa.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Sarlo, and I agree that you will have great attitude today in all of the testimony that was provided. And I want to applaud the efforts of everyone who stayed the entire day so that their testimony could be heard. This is what the process is supposed to look like, and I appreciate each and every one of you who testified on both sides of the bill. And I want to applaud the efforts of the authors of this bill. Senator Bucco's amendments would in fact be a good addition to the current law. There are in fact a few bad actors who my colleague Senator Steinhardt just referenced who abuse OPRA. There are others who abuse OPRA. And I would be in favor of arriving at a bipartisan solution in dealing with those bad actors. However, I think, unfortunately, this bill, as proposed, goes too far. It has been said that sunshine is nature's greatest disinfectant. I read so many of the comments on social media. I'm told that I'm not supposed to do that as a politician, but I do anyway. And I've listened intently to all of the testimony here today. The people of New Jersey are starving for two things, as far as I can tell: transparency and accountability. This bill provides neither of these as an enhancement to the original OPRA bill that we're addressing here today. Therefore, unfortunately, I must be a no, and I'm looking very forward to working with my colleagues across the aisle to have a better bill. Thank you.
Senator O'Scanlan.
I want to echo the comments of my colleagues. I was very happy in the last few days. I heard from the bill's prime sponsor, Senator Scutari, Senator Bucco, Senator Sarlo, all very interested in getting to a place where we can all be yeses. And I do believe there is plenty of room to reform OPRA. As Senator Steinhardt just mentioned, a lot of the concerns that have been brought to the table are legitimate. Maybe some aren't. But I stand ready, and so pretty much everybody in the audience here on both sides of this, to work together to get to a bill we can all support. I'm hopeful we can do that. But the bill in its current form, I can't support, so I have to vote no today.
Chair Sarlo.
First of all, thank you to the members of this committee for your patience and indulgence. The staff on both sides of the Office of Legislative Services, as always, it's been a long day. And we dealt with some very important issues today, as we always do. in this committee. So thank you to the members who've laid it out. Thank you to our Sergeant Arms, and to all those who are still here with us, and those who have left earlier to testify. Clearly, this is not something I woke up one day and said I want to be the sponsor to modernize OPRA. But when you've been here 20 somewhat years and been in a role still as a mayor and as a budget chairman, and sometimes you're tasked with tackling some of the more difficult issues, and that's what we've been trying to do. We've just been trying to gather information, and I believe it's been gathering the best we can from all the kind of being a clearinghouse, working closely with the Assembly and the Governor's office. Whether this bill passes or not, this is an opportunity to, again, modernize OPRA, stop some of the nefarious behaviors. We've heard the examples, creepy behaviors, and stop the commercialization and profit making off of OPRA. If it gets to the finish line and is a final version, it's not the end. This is not something that's constitutionally ingrained. We can continue to make changes. So I think Senator Steinhardt said it the best. We sat here the other day on bail reform. We all lauded bail reform. We all held hands and we voted for it. We're 7 years later, we're finding out there's some changes that need to be made on bail reform. We're 23 years here later, and there have been no changes, and a lot has changed in society. So thank you for your patience. I will vote yes.
Vice Chair Greenstein.
She left the yes.
Has left the yes vote. Senator Breeze.
She left the yes vote.
Has left the yes vote. Senator Cruz Perez.
Yes.
She's a yes. Senator Dyckman.
He left the yes vote, but he wants me to tell the chairman that he's looking forward to your continued conversation before he can vote on the floor. And he thank you for this process and all the information that we gather here today.
Thank you.
Senator McKeon has left the vote in the affirmative. Senator Zwicker.
Thank you, Chairman. As you said, it's been 20-something years, and you have taken it upon yourself with your staff to modernize OPRA. I don't think there's anyone here for or against the bill who doesn't think that there are many places where we can modernize it. But after multiple hours of hearing person after person, organization after organization speaking out against the bill in this form, the Office of the Public Defender, the Acting State Controller, Education Law Center, ACLU, unions, the press, citizens, universities, and 100 other people that I could spend another half hour just listing. It's clear that there are serious problems with the bill in its current form. As several people pointed out, this is Sunshine Week. This is the week where across the country we're supposed to highlight transparency. And it seems clear that when we talk about fee shifting, talk about exempting drafts, we talk about vague definitions of harassment, exempting email logs, metadata, conflicts in how PII is even referenced in the bill, the fact that it's retroactive. This bill has, in my opinion, fatal flaws. I can't in good conscience vote on this. I am grateful to you and everyone here for your willingness to work in a bipartisan manner. There is no partisanship when it comes to OPRA. There's no partisanship when it comes to allowing the public to have access to public records. I've heard from Democratic clerks, I've heard from Republican clerks. I've heard from Democrats, Republicans, unaffiliated members of the public. This is something that we must get right. This is something that we should not rush. So I'm a no, and I look forward to being at the table as we talk about how to get this right. Thank you.
Senator Burgess.
Yes.
Has left the affirmative. And Senator Shelley.
Mr. Chairman, I started today by thanking you for this position on this committee, and we are 7 hours into this hearing. First of all, and not to prolong this, but to follow with my colleagues here, to those who stayed and who contributed in the testimony today, your time was well spent, it was very valuable. And similar to where I am on the tug of war with can we do better on the Transportation Trust Fund bill, I wait to see how that finally evolves. That's how I'm going to vote on the floor. The same as with this bill. There is a lot of room to work, but it's very clear that we've got to get it right. And this is an important piece of our law. So despite very previous criticisms earlier today by one of our distinguished people testifying, I will be voting to release, but I will not be voting for this bill in its present form. I look forward to amendments that can be reached to take the edge off of it and to make it better for all. So I vote yes, with the understanding that my vote on the floor is yet to be determined. Thank you, Chairman.
We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Get home safe, please.